Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, Monday. Oh, happy day. It's Monday, y'all. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate having everybody here. I know you could go somewhere else and watch, but I am so happy you're with me today. Today is day 25. Witness number 2 for the Commonwealth is coming. The defense. I'm so used to saying Commonwealth. But the defense is coming up. We already have the proverbial Dealing De Leon. I have to be careful because I want to get in trouble for saying that name too much. But we are waiting for court to happen today. Today is, let me get back on that, is National Volkswagen Bus Day. Oh gosh, y'all. I have memories. Oh my gosh. Everybody who has access to Discord, go over to my Discord and members chat. Put up your best meme for It's Monday. I got some good ones over there. Some people are already doing it. You're doing a great job. Good morning. First in chat will be Mr. Gerald. Then me. Doesn't count. Then Miss June. And then Miss Ronnie. Y'all get extra entries today. We are playing bingo today. Here is the bingo card for today. We have on that answer will stand snowplow. Answer my question. Overruled, sustained. You can repeat. Cover 911 calls. Sallyport. I do not understand. Disregard last. Kevin Albert. Judge can only lean. Yeah, that's going to be. Yeah, that's out the door. That's out the door. That's going to happen as soon as we walk in. Let them finish. What? I'll allow it. Text mess. Brian Higgins. Sergeant Good. Objection. Not my question. ARCA correct. Right. Ask on redirect. Can be asked on redirect. Former Trooper Proctor. Dog bite. We don't know who's next, but I believe if it's not Kelly Dever, it's going to be Matthew DeSoga. I think. Wait. Nope, it won't be Matthew DeScoda. What am I thinking? Yep, no, it won't be him. It won't be him. But anyway, we are excuse the yawn. It's Monday morning. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Just for information, Kelly Dever is the dispatcher who took the phone call from Bill Reed, Karen Reed's father, the morning as he was concerned of her mental state. That's who she is. Oh, somebody asked me to show it. Yep, my barrette. Sometimes if I don't put something heavy on it, this kind of moves around. That kind of anchors it in. So thank you guys for joining me this morning. I need my coffee. I haven't made my coffee. I haven't had coffee yet. Haley Mouse, welcome. Thank you for hopping in, Haley Mouse. My mods, Ronnie and Haley Mouse. Haley Mouse, thank you. Boy, I went real hick. We had an interesting night last night. We talked a lot about the case. We had Q&As. I had gone back over some of my chats and got questions that people asked and from other resources online, other YouTubers. So it was a good night. But we did talk about was the $325, I'm calling it a bribe, that um M1K Aperture was getting paid by the prosecution when you add 325 and 445. I mean, 325 and roughly $45,000. You get about 380 ish. I could be off. What? Let me do my math. What was that number again? 4,500 plus 3,500 thousand is 369,500. So we're just going to go $370,000, give or take, to do their job. And then Aperture becomes a platinum sponsor for the Bar Association dinner in Massachusetts with a $7,500 donation, in which Judge Canone was given the Person of the Year award. The same day that the Aperture witness was witnessed on the witness stand. Go figure. Good morning, Facebook family. Thank you so much for being here so early in the morning. So, we missed you. Haley Mouse, we did. We have missed you. Hope you're doing well. I got mosquito. It's that mosquito bite time of the year. Oh, Saturday, I went to wildland firefighter training and my boots. Hi, Jackie on Facebook. My boots didn't rub a blister, but they rubbed a bruise on the back of my leg between the ankle and the calf. It is bruised. Yes, I went to wildland firefighter training. It was more for me a refresher. Last time I did that training was back in 2007. Got to do it a fresher every once in a while. I remembered mostly everything. Okay. It's so hard to know what to put when you don't know who's coming up. June, you have been fabulous at making our bingo cards, and I can't thank you enough. And my hearing aids are cracking in and out. Maybe if I drink some ice water. I used to be so amazed at the Yeti, how it would keep my ice water. This ice has been in here since Friday. I forgot about it. I left it here. Still cold, still good. Welcome, welcome, Mary. Thank you so much for joining us in Facebook. Okay, guys, I need your help. I am trying to look for an incentive to get people to share my lives and subscribe. I need subscribers. We have been stuck for the last month and a half, 2 months at the same number. And Facebook family, that includes you over in my YouTube channel. You're watching on Facebook, but please come to my YouTube channel and subscribe. I need subscriptions, y'all. I need subscriptions, y'all. I do. Please. Please. I'm trying to get my link. I'll post my link in comments over here. That'd be my YouTube channel. I understand you may like to watch it over on Facebook, and thank you. I appreciate that a lot. But you can go over to my YouTube channel and subscribe, like, and show some love. If you bingo or do anything, put it in the YouTube channel comments and you'll be in the drawing. If you liked, put I liked. If you share, put I shared. If you sub, put I sub. And if you bingo, I bingoed. No, I don't. I need help with that. I don't know how to do merch. Love to have merch. Don't know what to do. I want to get a black hat and put IMHO on it. And then in small letter, in my humble opinion. And that is what I'd love to do. But June, if you're good with merch, you know how to do that. Please do that. Help me do that. We'll talk in Discord later. I didn't think I was big enough for merch. Just saying. But I really need to grow the subscriptions here. So I don't know what that is. Somebody sent me something in X, and I'm like, don't know what that is. Oh, excuse me. I am reading what someone wrote to me in X, and it doesn't make sense. No bueno. Sorry, mija. I know. Sorry, mija. All right, we are in court.
So, Mr. Lessie, I was told you wanted.
Okay. By the way, this woman makes the funniest faces.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
So, Mr. Lessie, I was told you wanted to see me.
Yes, can I just have a moment with Mr. Brennan?
Okay, sure.
With regard to the
Okay, so we can do that. We can definitely do that. We hit 3,000 subs. There's going to be a gift card. I got to figure that one out.
Your Honor, I've resolved the matter with Mr. Brennan that would have been the subject of that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I appreciate getting the redacted text messages over the weekend. Ms. Tianetti, this is yours, right? So, Mr. Brennan, I'm letting the text messages in
Mary.
over the Commonwealth's objection. I find that they're
over
properly
on YouTube.
authenticated and that
I
they do
sub.
go to.
I like
Can I turn
when you
this
hit the
fan off?
thumbs up.
Yes, can we turn,
My hearing aids are wigging in and out. I'm going to have to go to the.
Thank you. So I do find that they're properly authenticated, and I find that they come in as they go to the state of mind of
Whoa, they
Trooper
got in?
Proctor, specifically as that goes to potentially reflecting any bias or omissions in the police investigation. So I'll give a limiting instruction at the time they come in. I understand
Unusual.
that what was still
Unusual
remaining
to be
with
loved by
disagreement
anyone.
are in orange. So I've got rulings on those. I don't think we need argument. We've heard plenty of argument on this. So regarding the first page with the numbers, I think we should do it the way I inquired about them last week with just the last 2 numbers, not the last 4, so those redactions will have to be made. I think the first page with disagreement is on page 02537, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so the first one from Bird saying something stinks, I'm going to allow that in. And then there's a message that you both agree to in yellow. And then for the orange, all I'm going to let in out of that is gotta be, and that's where it ends. So you'll have to redact out the rest of that, Ms. Giannetti. And the next page, and the only other one was 02539, is that right?
Correct.
So that comes out. All right, that's it. I don't know whose objections they were. Those are my rulings. All right, can we bring the jury in, please?
Bring the jury. I miss Mr. What was his name? That judge.
Tony, do you want me to get on?
Bring the jury.
Love that judge. Love that jury. By the way, I've got college classes that start today. One of them I can't log into for some reason. And then I have got a lot going on today. Good to lot happening today. Good to lot happening today. I don't know about y'all, but today is a crazy. Oh, we got Lori Vallow. Oh, y'all, Lori Vallow's got some skank going on up there, y'all. That judge was just not happy with Lori Vallow in the least. In the least. He was not happy with her. Ooh, y'all, they've gotten some arguing going on over there. I was like, okay, this is interesting. Everybody saying hello to each other this morning. Y'all are so polite this morning. I'd be like, good morning, honey. I didn't get to see you before I went live. Good morning, Gerald. Good morning, honey boo. Honey bunny. My honey bunny. I call him honey bunny, honey boo. Just as long as I don't call him honey voodoo. Kidding. I'm kidding. So this afternoon, which reminds me, I gotta refresh my thumbnail for Lori Vallow. I gotta refresh the thumbnail for Lori Vallow. Hello, Lady Jane. Thank you for liking. Sorry, afternoon, Lady Jane. You PM the same as me. Yes, it is afternoon for some of you. Haley Mouse and Lady Jane, who are across the ocean or the pond, as they say. Not sure the retrial of jury selection was postponed on Friday due to her not feeling well. Yes, I'm aware of that. I am kind of keeping my eye on that. Yeah, she may have COVID, which wouldn't surprise me considering
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
I'm waiting for him to say, God save the
So good
Commonwealth
morning
and the
again,
Queen.
counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I hope you had a nice weekend. I do have those questions I need to ask you. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left last week? Everyone said no or she. All right, thank you very much. Ms. Tinetti?
Also, Lori wanted the judge tossed, just to be. Lori wanted everybody tossed. Lori wants what she wants. She can't get it.
Step up, face the clerk, raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Jonathan Diamandis, Diamandis.
Sir, do you know former trooper Michael Proctor?
I do.
How do you know him?
We've been friends since middle school, approximately 30 years.
And in what town?
Canton, Massachusetts.
Did you graduate high school with Michael Proctor?
I did.
When was that?
2000.
How close did you remain in contact with Michael Proctor after high school?
Very close.
Do you have his cell number?
I do.
How often have you texted him over the years?
Frequently.
And when you text him, is that direct one-to-one or part of a group chat or both?
Both.
And I want to direct your attention to one particular group chat that had 9 people on it. Do you know the one I'm referring to?
I do.
And what one is that?
It's one that's been in existence for many years. We've been texting on that text chain for 10 plus years, I would suggest.
Okay. And over those 10 years, the members of that group chat, I'm not asking you for names, but if you could tell me where are these people from? How do you know them?
We all grew up together and went to school together at some point.
All from Canton?
All from Canton.
And with regard to the 9 people on that group chat, you're one of them?
Correct.
And whether or not Michael Proctor is on that group chat with the rest of your high school friends as well?
He is, yes.
May I have the exhibit that was marked for identification, please? I apologize, I don't recall the triple letter. Would have been the last one from Friday. It's triple N as in Nancy. And Your Honor, may I approach the witness for the purpose of handling
Yes.
this? And I've handed you what has been marked triple N for identification. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Have you seen that before?
Yes, I was shown it last Friday.
And what do you recognize it to be?
A portion of our text chain.
Okay, and when you say a portion, it's a limited time period within a much longer text chain, is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And with regard to how you're able to recognize it, I'd like to just ask you a few questions. First of all, on the first page of that document, do you see a series of phone numbers?
I do.
And do you recognize your phone number on that text chain?
Yes.
And having reviewed that text chain on Friday, did you see that you had actually sent one text of the whole body of text that's included in what has been marked triple N for identification?
Yes.
In order to send that text message as of late January, early February of 2022, did your phone have a passcode on it?
Yes.
Have you had that for several years?
Yes.
In order to send a text chain, do you have to enter the passcode to your phone first to unlock it?
Correct.
And so it would have been you who sent that message.
Yes.
And having reviewed the content of that text chain, were you able to identify which entries were typed and sent by Michael Proctor?
Yes.
Who is he on that text chain?
He's listed as local user.
Okay, and it says local user, and there's a bunch of letters and numbers after that.
Correct.
Everybody else is identified by a phone number,
Yes, or a nickname?
and actually, even the ones with a nickname have a phone number, correct?
Correct, yes.
So 3 of them have nicknames, correct?
Yeah, I see 2 on the first page here.
Do you see of the
Oh, third on the bottom, yes, I see 3.
So you see
Yeah,
3 there?
Yes, yes.
And so of the 9, we have 3 nicknames with phone numbers, right?
Yes,
We have 8 phone numbers total, right?
yes,
And 1 local user.
correct,
And you've testified the local user is Michael Proctor.
correct.
And having known Michael Proctor for as long as you have, does he have any nicknames?
He does.
And what are his nicknames?
Chip and Bear?
Chip, C-H-I-P,
Yes,
and Bear, B-E-A-R?
correct.
And having reviewed that text chain, is that a true and accurate documenting the texts that were sent in that chain for the time period that is listed on N for identification?
Yes,
Your Honor, I would offer that subject to our discussions outside the presence of the jury.
Okay.
May I take it back from the witness?
Yes.
Exhibit 209.
Thank you.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Could I have exhibit 209 when it's ready, please? Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have we met before?
On Friday, I saw you, we didn't meet.
You had been friends with Mr. Proctor for about 30 years?
Yes,
Are you still friends with him?
I am,
Are you still close with him?
I am,
You were on a text chain with Mr. Proctor over the years?
correct.
Did that include other friends of yours and Mr. Proctor's?
Did,
The extent of that text chain, did it go back many, many years?
yes.
Have you ever looked at any records that summarize some of that text chain?
Yes,
Did it note that there were over 38,000 texts in that group?
I did notice the number, but it sounds accurate.
When there is conversations in that group, do you always respond to the conversation?
No,
There's a particular section or segment of those 38,707 text messages that were shown to you. Did you see that document?
I did,
Are you familiar with it now that you've seen it?
now that I've seen it, yes.
In that document, are there inappropriate comments that your friend Michael Proctor made about one of his investigations?
There are.
Yep.
Was it about this case here?
It
Yep.
was.
In those inappropriate comments, did other people on that text chain, not you, comment or respond to Mr. Proctor?
Yes,
In that text chain where Mr. Proctor made inappropriate comments, you did not respond to any of those inappropriate comments, did you?
correct.
You're on the text chain at a point later on in conversations, but not relevant to the inappropriate comments.
Correct.
Did you know that Mr. Proctor was fired by the Massachusetts State Police because of his
there it is,
inappropriate
y'all.
comments?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
May we approach, please?
Sure.
Oh, whoop! There it is. They got it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the judge says. The shite is out of the horse. It's out of the horse. He got it in. He got it in, y'all. That is awesome. Yes, I have just set up our stream for later today on Lori Daybell, just in case there's a trial. If not, I'll schedule it for tomorrow, but I did get it up. So y'all go ahead and hit that bell over there so you get notified. All right, Auntie Bev, did she or did she not do the lean? I think she did the lean. She always does the lean. Anything on the bingo card? Because I wasn't paying attention. Objection is on there. She said she'd allow it. Text message is on there. Former Trooper Proctor is on there. Correct and right is on there. I think we got, this is what I got so far. That's what I got so far. I wish I could make it bigger for you, but I cannot. Oh, didn't mean to do it that way. They have changed some of the settings in my software, and I'm getting used to the jumping and changing. But it's good. It's all good, y'all. I shared. If she's feeling better. I think she got her hand smacked a little too much, and now she's complaining she's sick because she doesn't want to be there.
Last question and answer.
No, it's National Volkswagen Bus Day. And my grandfather had one, and he let me literally color and draw all over it. And then my dad is a Volkswagen fan, and so am I. And we
Sir, do you know
rebuilt-
if,
we rebuilt a split oval window Volkswagen for my first vehicle. He took it from a rust bucket to shiny emerald green. It was amazing, and I enjoyed greatly enjoyed that vehicle till my brother wrecked it.
Mr. Proctor was fired from the
So-
Massachusetts State Police?
I
Yeah,
do.
he
Did he
did.
tell you why?
It was in connection to this case. I believe it was based on his text messages that were sent to us.
Based on these comments that are an exhibit?
Correct.
Did you at any time ever defend or endorse these comments?
I did not.
Did you ever encourage him in his comments?
I did not.
How did it make you feel?
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you exhibit 209.
How did it make you feel?
Thank you.
I don't have my ring on. I've lost so much weight, it's hard for me to keep it on. I'll be right back.
On the first page, ending in the numbers 27, there's a fuller number, but I'll just use the last two numbers. Bottom right, 27. Is there a number of redacted phone numbers?
I'm sorry, on the first page on the bottom of the page?
If you look to the bottom right of the page, there's a number on it?
Oh, yes, and then it's blacked out next to it?
Yes.
Yes.
The last two numbers, is it 27?
Yes, it is.
When you look at that first page, does it have a number of redacted phone numbers of different people?
I don't see anything redacted.
The top box, are there numbers?
There
Phone
are numbers, yes.
Are they partially blacked out?
No, the display names, it just lists phone numbers.
Okay. Are those numbers you recognize as the group of friends, including Michael Proctor?
They are.
As you read down that first box and go down to number of messages, do you see that?
Oh, yes.
Is it 38,707?
Yes.
Is that for a time period between October 18, 2021 and August 31st, 2022?
Yes.
I'd like you to look at the third text message that begins with Chip. Without saying who it is, do you recognize that as one of the people in the group?
I do.
And what did the person write?
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And at the time this conversation was happening, were you part of this immediate conversation?
I was not.
Turn the page. Bottom right number is ending in 28. Do you see that page?
Yes.
Okay. Instead of a name, there's a local user with an ID. Is that Mr. Proctor's?
Yes, it is.
And does he respond to Chip, name of that BPD cop?
He does.
What does he say?
John O'Keefe.
What is the next question from somebody in the group?
How old?
And what does Mr. Proctor respond?
He took custody of his sister's kids.
The next one?
She died of cancer, and the father overdosed on her grave.
And then one of the group sends a message. What do they say?
Oh man, that's rough.
And what's Mr. Proctor's response?
Mid-40s.
Does somebody in the group then post a Facebook posting?
Yes.
Do you know what that's about?
I do not.
You can turn the page ending bottom right 29.
Yes.
Somebody in the group ask another question.
Yes.
What do they say?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
If you could just speak up just a little so it's hard to hear with the fan on, not your
Sure.
fault.
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And then I'd like you to go down to Mr. Proctor's next comment.
But all the powers that be want answer ASAP.
And what does one of the group respond with?
Gotcha.
Mr. Proctor?
Couldn't open it either.
Do you know what he was talking about when he said he couldn't open it?
I'm guessing the Facebook link.
I'd like you to turn forward to bottom right, 3-1. Do you see what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
John O'Keefe's Facebook page.
What does it tell us about John O'Keefe?
He went to Braintree High School, studied criminal justice at Northeastern, joined Facebook in 2008.
Turn the page, please. The first line from Bird, and I'll note this is January 29, 2022 at 10:56:39 p.m. Did I read that accurately?
Yes,
And what does the person say?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And could you read Mr. Proctor's two responses?
Nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
If you could turn to the next page, ending on 33. This is January 29, 2022 at 10:57:21 p.m. Could you read Mr. Proctor's two comments?
She waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital.
And one of the group asks a question.
She waffled him, in quotation marks.
And how does he respond?
He was banged up.
Somebody in the group asks another question. What do they ask?
I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up?
And Mr. Proctor's response?
Nope.
Turn to the next page, ending in 34. This is at around 10:58:06 p.m., running through 10:59 p.m. Another question from the group. What did they ask?
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him?
And Mr. Proctor's two responses?
That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
One of the group asks further down, what does... Sir, if you could either speak much louder or bring the microphone closer. We have a couple fans back here. It's just difficult to hear you.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's not your fault. If we can keep our voice up. So one of the group asks, what does, quote, she waffled him, quote, end quote, mean? And then asks, what's the story? Does Mr. Proctor return?
He does.
What does he say?
She hit him with her car.
That was awfully soon for him to be making those comments. There's been no investigation.
Turn to the next page, please, ending in 3-5. And these texts are from 10.
Yeah, I'm the same way with you on that. I heard it was a heart attack, but you can OD on medications that causes a heart attack. I mean, excuse me, the heart attack could be caused by an OD, I guess. Yeah, that's news.
59:13 p.m.
Everybody's going, "Woo!"
to
I wonder how mama's doing sitting right there hearing that crap
11
or hearing that
and 8
testimony.
seconds p.m. The person by the name of Bird asks a question. What does he ask? Or what does he say?
Okay, that's fucked up.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
Intentional or not?
And somebody in the group again?
Gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him.
And Mr. Proctor's two responses?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
And the next one?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
What does the friend say?
What's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
What does Mr. Proctor say?
Biffed him.
Turn to the next page, ending in 3/6. These run from January 29, 2022, 11 p.m. and 11 seconds to January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 39 seconds. Okay, the first comment by somebody in the group.
The BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own?
And then if you could look where there's a comment from Whitey at 11 p.m., 27 seconds.
Liz has got the blueprint.
Liz has got the blueprint. Do you know who Liz is?
No.
Okay. And what's the next comment by Mr. Proctor?
Nah, Cat, it's the total opposite. They have to rescue themselves.
What it's mean-
Recuse themselves,
thank
excuse
you.
me.
Recuse themselves?
Yes.
And then a comment by somebody in the group?
Laughed at, Liz has got the blueprint.
On the next page, Mr. Proctor's comment?
Same with Canton.
At January 29, 2022, 11:02 p.m. and 15 seconds, there's a comment from one person in the group, number ending in 5051. Could you read that?
But I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops?
Next comment by Byrd,
Something stinks.
and the comment by Mr. Proctor.
Yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And the beginning of the next sentence is gotta be. And finally, the last comment on that page,
She hot at least.
and that's a question mark.
Yes.
I would be very uncomfortable being in this position. Unfortunately, he's like, dude, I don't have any part in this. I just received this crap I didn't want, didn't know.
Turn the page,
Now I'm in the
please.
middle of it.
Ending in 3/8. These messages begin at 11:05, 57 p.m., run through 11:06, 39 p.m. on January 29, 2022. Does it begin with comments from Mr. Proctor?
It does.
Could you read all of them, please?
These are not my words. I'm not really comfortable reading these. Do I have to say these words out loud?
So I'm going to see you at sidebar.
What? Look at that
Turn the
again.
page, please. Ending in 3/8. These messages begin at 11:05, 57 p.m., run through 11:06, 39 p.m. on January 29, 2022. Does it begin with comments from Mr. Proctor?
It does.
Could you read all of them, please?
These are not my words. I'm not really comfortable reading these. Do I have to say these words out loud?
So I'm going to see you at sidebar.
Yeah, I could understand that. I could understand him not wanting to say those words. Those words are pretty rough. I wouldn't want to say them. I mean, especially on national reported TV. Ah, I'm in. Dave. That was pretty rough. That language is really rough.
Thank you.
Some people are just
Sir,
not
I'm
comfortable with
appreciating that you're
word.
not comfortable with these words. These are not your words, are they?
No, they're not.
You didn't see them at the time?
I did not.
You've never condoned them or adopted them?
No,
In fact, you would denounce these, wouldn't you?
I would.
I don't want you to say words that are not yours, so I'll say the words, and I'm going to ask you if I'm reading accurately. Is that better?
Yes.
Is that a fairer way to do it?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. On January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 5 minutes, 57 seconds, and this page ends at 11 p.m., 6 minutes, 39 seconds on January 29, 2022, ending in numbers 3/8. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Mr. Proctor says, from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job, and then uses the C word to describe. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
He then says, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass. Are those the words that he wrote?
Those are the words.
And there's a response at the bottom from one member in the group stating, oh, she's skating.
Yes.
Let's turn the page, ending in 3-9. These begin in January 29, 2022, 11:06 p.m., 55 seconds. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Proctor responds, 0 chance she skated. She's effed. She's fucked.
Yes,
Is that what he said?
it is.
And then one person in the group says, no ass bitch. Accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Mr. Proctor, there's a response, laughed at, quote, no ass bitch.
Yes.
Wow.
If you could turn to the page that ends in 4-3. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Somebody in the group says, is that chick a smoke? And then the same person follows up with a question mark. Accurate?
Accurate.
Mr. Proctor responds, E-H.
Yes.
Nut bag, as my chief would say.
Yes.
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Yes.
Leaks poo.
Yes.
Are those the words of Mr. Proctor?
They are.
Did I read those accurately?
You did.
And then a person in the group says, what are you guzzling on? And this is on, well, let me take a step back to be more clear. The comments I just read, those weren't on January 29th. Those were on February 2nd, 2022.
Correct.
And the time is 12:50 p.m. 12:50 and 5 seconds p.m. begin the page?
Yes, yes, beginning of the page,
So
yes.
these are different in time than the ones we read before, the series of text messages.
Correct.
Okay. And then at the bottom, one of the members of the group says, what are you guzzling on?
Correct.
And that's still February 2nd, 2022, and that's at 1:51:33 p.m.
Yes.
And then if you can turn to page that ends on with numbers 44.
Yes.
And this is on February 2nd, 2022, 1:52:24. Mr. Proctor says, nothing, writing a warrant.
That's accurate.
There are no further text messages?
From Mr. Proctor?
Yes, or anybody in this group that you have as part of this exhibit?
That was not the last comment.
Okay, let me look. Okay. Is there another YouTube video?
There is.
You were not part of any of these conversations with Mr. Proctor,
No,
but you're still friends with him?
I am.
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested that he planted evidence in this case or any other case?
No,
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested framing a defendant, including this defendant?
absolutely not.
In all your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested tampering with evidence in this case or in any other case?
No, absolutely not.
And Mr. Proctor was fired?
He was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ouch. Okay, guys, I have to make a comfort break. I'll be right back.
Sir, at the time Michael Proctor was revealing this information on this high school group chat, was this information public?
I have no memory, one way or the other.
At the time Michael Proctor was texting these messages to you and your other high school friends, were Ms. Reed's medical conditions public? Did you know anything about Ms. Reed's medical conditions?
I didn't know anything about this case at all.
Michael Proctor was the one revealing those details about the case to you and anybody on the chat who cared to read them, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions about why Michael Proctor was fired, and I believe you answered in a shorthand way for these text messages. Were you aware he was fired for being biased?
I'm not aware of that.
Objection.
No, the answer will stand. He's not aware.
Were you aware that he was fired for revealing confidential information about an investigation?
I was not aware of that.
And were you aware that he was also fired for conduct unbecoming a state trooper and a lead investigator in this case?
I was not aware of that.
I have no further questions.
You're not aware that he was fired for conduct unbecoming because of these text messages?
My understanding was it was due to the text messages. I don't know the other details of the situation.
Do you know he was not fired for any accusations of planting or tampering with evidence?
I do not know that.
Do you know that he was not fired for doing anything to compromise the integrity of the evidence in this investigation?
I do not know that.
All right. So, sir, I am going to let you step down, and then, folks, I have an instruction for you that I should have read at the time that text messages came in. You can leave them right with Madam Court Reporter.
Thank you.
And you're all set. Thank you. All right, so I've told you folks previously, but I've got an additional instruction
Hello,
here. Before,
Dawn.
and I think so you know this, and you'll hear it at the end of the case as well. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. And here we've heard it be Michael Proctor and high school friends, the testimony was, I believe. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And also here, this text message chain was not being admitted for the truth of what's in the chain, but solely for the limited purpose of weighing the text as they go to Michael Proctor's state of mind, and more specifically, whether or not that state of mind reflects any bias or omissions in the police investigations. So, all right, is there another witness this morning? Okay,
We would ask Officer Kelly Dever to join us, please.
okay.
Step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning. Morning.
Morning, ma'am.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good morning. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Kelly Dever, last name Dever.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a
presently?
police officer,
Where are you employed?
Boston Police.
How long have you been so employed with the Boston Police Department?
2 years and a little over 2 months.
Where'd you work before that?
I worked for the Canton Police.
Were you a sworn officer at that time?
At what time? When
you
I
worked
was
for the
employed there?
When you were employed by the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
As a sworn police officer?
Yes.
Okay. What was your duty assignment in January of 2022?
I was a patrol officer.
You're familiar with the case that's presently before the bench, correct?
In some capacity, yes.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Yes.
All right. Did you ever prepare any kind of report based on any of your conduct or your connection with this case, if there was any connection with this case, while you were a Canton police officer?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Canton Police Department in furtherance of their investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Let me finish the question. I got to finish the question, then you can answer. It works a little better that way. Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Massachusetts State Police in furtherance of their investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by either the Canton Police Department or the Massachusetts State Police with regard to any of your observations on January 28th or January 29th, 2022?
No.
And you never wrote a report about your observations or any observations that you had on January 28th or January 29th, 2022, correct?
No.
That was a double negative. Let me try that a different way. Did
That
you
would work.
ever write a report about your observations related to January 28th, 2022, January 29th, 2022?
No.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, the first time you were ever interviewed in connection with anything having to do with this case or this investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe was by a separate law enforcement agency.
Y'all, I'm pulling a brain cramp on this woman's name. Dever. Thank you.
Not the Massachusetts State Police, not the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
That was in August of 2023, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember the exact date?
No.
August 9th, 2023, does that sound right, about right?
I know it was the summer of 2023, so.
Okay. Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of that interview?
Yes, because I've never seen it before.
Just insofar as the date is concerned, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Take a look at the bottom of that page. Just glance at that and tell me once you familiarize yourself with that face page of that report. Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have that date in mind?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that it was August 9th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention, Officer Dever, to January 28th, 2022. Where were you working? What was your duty assignment on that day, January 28th, moving into January 29th?
Well, 3.5 years later, I remember I was on patrol. I don't remember anything further about this night.
Did you work overnight, like a late shift going into the morning of January 29th?
That was my assigned shift, so yes.
Okay. Who else was working with you on that particular day, if you recall?
Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, and Officer Pasquarelli.
And what generally was your assignment when you went into work that night on January 28th?
Patrol.
At some point, either that evening in the early morning hours of January 29th, did you note that a call came in related to a person found in the snow, unresponsive in the snow?
Yes.
Tell me about that. The nature of the call and where were you?
I was in my cruiser. A call came in that said person in a snowbank, something along those lines. Immediately followed by that transmission, my sergeant requested that I come to take over dispatch.
Is that Sergeant Good?
Yes.
Okay. Did you in fact respond back to Canton PD to take over dispatch?
Yes, so I was already in the parking lot of the Canton Police while this took place, so I was already at the station.
Did you note whether or not Sergeant Good and or any of the others responded to the location while you stayed back to handle dispatch at the police department?
Yes, that's why I went inside so he could respond.
Were you aware that Sergeant Good, did you have any knowledge at that time that Sergeant Good was familiar with or knew who Brian Albert was?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know who Brian Albert was at
No.
that time?
No.
Do you now? At least
Because of
familiar
this
with the
case,
name?
yes.
I spoke over you, I'm so sorry. Based on this case, are you familiar with the name?
The name, yes.
Did you know Kevin Albert?
No. Oh, the detective Kevin Albert. Yes, I did.
Correct. How did you know Kevin Albert?
He was a detective for the Canton Police.
Were you aware of his relationship to Brian Albert at that time?
No.
Are you now aware of his relationship with Brian Albert?
Yes, from the media.
And what is that relationship as you know it?
Sustained.
Did you know Brian Higgins at that time?
Yes, in passing.
I'm not asking if you're social friends, asking if you knew who he was.
Yes.
How'd you know who Brian Higgins was?
He had an office in the Canton Police.
Was he a sworn police officer?
Not for us.
Was he a sworn federal agent?
Yes.
Worked for ATF?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you known and been familiar with Brian Higgins? Say, for instance, by sight, to be able to recognize who he was.
Sometime during 2020 is when I was probably first familiarized with him, because that's when I was employed with the Canton Police Department first.
Okay. Pass him in the hallways, hi, bye, things like that.
Yes.
Sustained is to 4, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Did you know him by sight?
Yes.
Could you recognize him if you saw him?
2.5 years later, no, but at the time, yes.
I'm not asking you about right now. I'm asking you back in January 2022. Could you recognize him by sight?
Yes.
Did you know who Kenneth Berkowitz was?
Yes.
Who is Kenneth Berkowitz?
He was the chief of the Canton Police.
Obviously very familiar with him. He was your boss, correct?
Yes.
When Sergeant Good instructed you to take over dispatch, explain what that meant.
It meant I walked inside and I sat down in a dispatch room.
Describe the dispatch room. What did that array look like?
There was chairs and computers.
Monitors?
Yes.
Does the dispatch area also have monitors of internal security camera footage?
I know there was camera screens, but I don't know if they were on TVs or computers or where in dispatch they were. I don't recollect where they were or how they would be accessed. They were in the room somewhere. I can't be more specific. I don't remember.
But you do recall seeing that there were monitors that were showing different views of internal security camera footage of Canton PD, correct?
The specifics, no. Were there? Yes.
I don't know what you mean by specifics. I'm asking you, were there monitors that you could look at that showed security camera footage from inside Canton PD, different areas, hallways, corridors, offices, the Sally Port, for instance?
So 2.5 years since I've...
You keep saying 2.5 years later.
So let her finish her answer and then ask a question.
Sure.
It's been years since I've been in that room. They were somewhere in the room. Where cameras were in the Canton Police Department, I don't recall. The media's provided me information since this case took place, and I can't speak on what's my recollection and what's been media provided. There are cameras. I don't know where on my memory where they are.
So has the media informed you that there were internal security monitors at the dispatch location?
So the objection is sustained. Next question.
What do you recall from the dispatch room, as you put it? What do you recall being there in terms of monitors?
I remember there was a computer screen that had information about current calls, and then there was a 911 screen next to that. Those are the two computers that I would have been positioned in front of during this time.
As a dispatch officer, by the way, you were a sworn officer at
Yes.
that time, correct? Uniform, badge, gun, the whole works, right?
Yes.
Had you ever been in the Sally Port at Canton PD?
Yes.
What's the Sally Port?
A Sally Port is a garage, essentially.
Okay. You were aware that the Sally Port garage had a camera, a security camera?
It would make sense because that's where we bring prisoners to drop them off.
Well, more than just makes sense, I'm asking you, do you recall that it had cameras that serviced The Sallyport garage. Security cameras.
It's where we brought prisoners, so there would be cameras, yes.
Okay, you're saying there would be cameras. I'm asking you, were there cameras?
According to the media, yes. I've seen the footage, so yes, there were cameras.
All right, so hold on. So I'm going to strike that, officer. You have to answer the question based on your own independent knowledge. Okay? And if you don't have them, tell us. But you can't reference what you know from the media.
All right. There were cameras in the Sallyport.
Thank you. Ms. Dever, do you want to be here today?
I have no relation to this case,
I
so
didn't ask you that. I asked you if you want to be here today.
Objection, this isn't direct.
So it's your witness.
I understand.
She can, no comments, just questions, not I understand that.
Do you want to be here today, now?
I am put on the stand in a murder trial. I don't know why I'm here. I have no connection to this case.
You have no idea why you're here?
You've never talked to me. Nobody on the fence seems to talk to me since prior to the first trial. So I don't have any idea why I'm here.
No clue whatsoever, as you sit here, why you might have been called to the stand.
No.
Are you uncomfortable testifying?
No, it's part of my job.
You're a professional police officer, correct?
Correct.
That means you're a professional witness to a certain degree, correct?
In the crimes that I've gone on the stand before, yes, I have been.
And you understand the oath?
Yes, I do.
What is that oath?
The oath is to tell the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase it. Is there more to that oath when you raise your right hand as a witness?
Are you
Object.
trying to treat her
So I'm gonna see
as a
it's not
hostile?
just-
Sure.
Are you treating her as a hostile? That is what I'm getting. I know. I call it. Thank you. I caught it. I caught it. Y'all, let me tell you something. I am a geocacher, right? I love geocaching. Guess what? My first freaking um my first freaking assignment is geocaching. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, say what? You want me to geocache? Really? You want me to geocache? Okay, I guess. I guess that's okay. Um, I'm like, I, 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 I'm a little bit on the shock side. I'll be honest with you. I was really surprised. I never would have thought that I would be doing a geocache for my first assignment. Go figure. I'm utterly shocked. Um, so I am hoping this teacher will allow me. I literally have done 787 787 geocaches. I don't think I need to do 5 more. I Yeah, we'll see what he says. But I was kind of like, what? Honey Boo, this course I'm gonna have to have we're we're gonna have to do some traveling. Yep. Yepers. I am just it's gonna be interesting. I'm This class is gonna be a lot. I guarantee it. I got to get a hold of Office of Disabilities. I got a lot of work to do on this class, but it's going to be fun. Fun. I'm not a science person. I don't like science.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you.
You said first try it. You said it. Mama looks very unhappy.
One of the cameras, one of the monitors that you had access to back on January 29th did show the footage from, or did it show the footage from that, one of the other Sallyport garage cameras?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure, it was a little bit clunky on my part. Did one of the monitors that you looked at, that you had access to at the dispatch area, did it show the video footage or the video feed from the Sallyport garage?
I'm going there. I see it.
So I already said I don't remember where in dispatch the screen with the cameras was. There was a camera in the Sallyport. So if I'm going to make the assumption, then yes, of course. But now that's an assumption.
I'm not asking you for an assumption now. I'm asking you, did one of the feeds, now we've talked about the camera, the other side of the camera is the feed. Do you recall whether or not there was footage that you could see on a monitor in the dispatch area that showed the Sallyport?
Why are you going to breaking news, Diane? Don't.
I'm going to go with yes.
Okay.
Like clarification.
How long?
So I don't know what that means. So what do you mean you're going to go with yes? Is your answer yes?
I deleted those messages in breaking news so I don't get confused. Dispatch
Yes.
knows
Thank
those
you.
cameras. Okay, if you're working dispatch, you know where the cameras are? Because if it's the fan, you got to know where those cameras are. I don't believe her.
What time about did you take over the dispatch desk that morning?
Immediately following when the 911 call came in.
Would have been 6-ish in the morning. Does that sound about right?
Sometime, I would say towards the later of my shift, but it was the middle of winter and dark out, so I don't know if it was 4, 5, 6.
Understood. But it was still dark out.
Yes.
Once you took over the dispatch desk, did you stay there even past your normal shift ending to support the investigation that was ongoing?
Not to support the investigation, I was just on overtime.
Okay. So you stayed past your normal end time of your shift that day?
Yes, on overtime.
I sent the link,
You
Diane.
stayed into the afternoon, correct?
I believe the shift ended at 3:45 p.m. for the Canton Police.
But you stayed past your ending shift time, correct?
Action.
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase it. Did you stay past your ending shift time?
For my regular shift, yes, because I was on overtime on the day shift.
Did you observe anything unusual that stood out in your mind that occurred, pardon me, in the Sally Port while you were on that shift?
So we've discussed this previously. I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory, that it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie. I cannot make that statement that you're wanting me to make on
I want to hear this again.
Time, correct?
dark out, so I don't know if it was 4, 5, 6.
Understood. But it was still dark out.
Yes.
Once you took over the dispatch desk, did you stay there even past your normal shift ending to support the investigation that was ongoing?
Not to support the investigation. I was just on overtime.
Okay. So you stayed past your normal end time of your shift that day?
Yes, on overtime.
You stayed into the afternoon, correct?
I believe the shift ended at 3:45 p.m. for the Canton Police.
But you stayed past your ending shift time, correct?
Objection.
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase it. Did you stay past your ending shift time?
For my regular shift, yes, because I was on overtime on the day shift.
Did you observe anything unusual that stood out in your mind that occurred, pardon me, in the Sally Port while you were on that shift?
So we've discussed this previously. I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory, that it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie. I cannot make that statement that you're wanting me to make on the stand because I've advised that that would be a lie.
Ms. Dever, I've never asked you to make a statement one way or the other on the stand. I'm asking you an open-ended question.
Okay,
Did
so
you,
prior
let
to
me
the
ask
first,
a question. Did you observe something in the Sallyport garage on January 29th, 2022 that you found unusual, that stuck out in your mind?
given factual information that makes it so I know I did not, no.
So the answer is no.
Correct.
Do you remember being interviewed on August 9th, 2023?
I do.
That was by a separate law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
Two separate law enforcement agents, is that right?
Yes.
And you were advised during the course of that interview on August 29th of something, correct?
Can you rephrase
I'm sorry,
that?
August 9th.
So what was I advised of? Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Were you advised that lying to those officers would be a crime?
So it was a willing conversation. I've spoken with their legal team. Because of the fact I was providing factual information that showed a statement of mine was a false memory, it was not a lie. Therefore, I made it in good faith, and I retracted given information that it could not be accurate.
Ms. Dever, did you understand my question?
Yes, I did. You threatened to charge me with perjury during our phone call prior to the first trial if I didn't lie on the stand right now. I'm telling you, I did not see anything. Factually, I've been provided evidence by a timeline that it is not correct.
Ms. Dever, my question was this. Were you advised that it was a crime to lie to those law enforcement agents? Yes or no?
No.
They never told you, they never admonished you that it would be a crime to lie to them?
Objection.
Sustained. As to form, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Did they advise you of anything? Any consequences of lying to them?
So we had a willing conversation.
Yes or no?
I don't recall.
So, okay, there's your answer.
You don't recall if they advised you of anything?
No, because it
Okay,
wasn't.
As a trained law enforcement agent.
Go ahead and ask a question, but both of you, only one at a time, okay?
Understood. As a trained law enforcement officer, are you aware that it's a crime to lie to certain other law enforcement agents?
When you have intent to lie, yes.
Okay. So you knew that when you spoke to these law enforcement officers, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell these law enforcement officers that you, in fact, saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport with the
Objection.
SUV? May I finish my question?
He can finish this question. Go ahead.
Did you tell those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, that you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport together and alone with the SUV for a wildly long time.
That was my recollection at the time.
So you did say that.
At the time, that is what I recollected.
Okay.
She knew this was going to go there. That's why she's
Did you
being
indicate that
such
you
a witch.
noted?
She knew. Okay, guys, for me, I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You have another. Wait a minute. I got to get this staged. Sorry. For Miss Diane and you're sitting here telling me that you made a comment or testified to certain facts. And after somebody refreshed your memory, you take it back. How does that feel to you guys? Does that leave you guys a little bit on the disturbed side? This to me, by the way, today is National Volkswagen Bus Day. This to me is very disturbing. And she's a defense witness. He's almost treating her hostile.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I'm a little put off, honestly.
You and I spoke, along with Mr. Yannetti and Ms. Little, on a conference call last year sometime. You remember that?
Yes.
Between the time that you were interviewed on August 9th, 2023, and when we spoke sometime in, maybe it was April or so of last year, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with any other party about your potential involvement in this case?
No.
Did you have a conversation with anybody in the commissioner's office at Boston Police Department?
Not about anything malicious.
I didn't use the word malicious. Why do you say malicious?
I had a conversation, but it was my department saying, regardless of what I need to say on the stand, they support me.
You were asked to go to the commissioner's office, correct?
Yes.
How long had you been on the Boston Police Department at the time that you were invited to go up to the Commissioner Michael Cox's office?
It had to have been before the first trial, so.
There it is again.
And I know it was when the agency released information to outside people.
That's not my question.
Okay, so I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall how long you had been on the force, generally, at the time that you were called up to the commissioner's office, on the Boston Police Department?
No.
Was it 5 years, 2 years, 2 months? Give me a ballpark.
So I've been on the department for 2 years and 2 months. I would say somewhere in the range of a year.
Okay. Did you find it unusual would you call yourself a rookie back then?
Yes.
Did you find it unusual that a rookie police officer would be called up to the commissioner's office personally? To discuss that?
It was a reflection of how good of a leader he is. It was not anything that I found unusual, given the fact he is someone who wanted to show support for his officer.
So I'm guessing all of your training class or all of your entry classes at Boston PD, they've all gone up to the commissioner's office as well?
I don't know anyone else who's been in this particular circumstance.
Do you know anybody else who's been called up to the commissioner's office at your level at the Boston Police Department?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know of any of your colleagues with your level of experience that have been called up to the commissioner's office for a specific instance?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Now, when you went up to the commissioner's office, did you respond to his indication that he wanted to see you up in his office?
It wasn't a direct line of contact from him.
Okay. Did you respond? Did you ultimately go? That's what I mean by respond. Did you go to his office?
He's my boss, so yes.
Okay. And who else was in that office?
Me and him. The two of us.
General counsel?
Anybody else?
The Boston Police Department?
No, it's just me and him.
Did you, during the conversation we had last year?
This
did
is
you say that
spicy, y'all.
General legal counsel for the Boston Police Department was also there?
Objection.
Not during
Sustain.
that conversation. We,
Objection.
Next question.
Sure. Was there another time that you went to the commissioner's office where general legal counsel was there?
no,
Have you ever met general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department?
yes,
Was it in the commissioner's office?
no.
When was it?
During my conversation with the agents.
You took a lawyer with you to talk to this other law enforcement agency?
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
Y'all. Okay, this is my bingo card so far. Let's see. Y'all tell me if I'm wrong. Overruled, sustain. Can you repeat that? Sallyport access. They did say the Sallyport access and camera. So I'll take that. Cover 911 calls. I will allow free space. Judge Canon Lane, not my question. Objection. Text message. Former Trooper Proctor, correct and right. Oh, it can be asked on redirect. I thought she said he could. I don't know. So, did he say answer my question? I don't know. I'm iffy about that one. So let me know. Hi, Diane. Thank you for liking. Let me get you in voice while oh, you are. I can hear you if you speak.
Yes, I can speak.
Do me a favor. If you need to come in and I'm not, go into member chat and put it there.
Member chat. Okay, I will.
Yeah.
Um,
Not in breaking news.
Okay, I will eventually get all of these places.
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of having a heart attack over here because my geo class is going to be
Okay.
a lot of science. But the first assignment is geocaching. And
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, I sent him a letter. I said, do I really have to do this? Because there are no more geocaches in my area that I can physically access when I have 787 finds, 10 hides. I'm all like, dude,
And what do you say? Are you waiting?
I'm waiting. I'm like, that's my area. I got them all.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah.
I need from you just which class ended on which date. So that
Yeah, I know. I'll send all that this afternoon. They
Okay.
just started today.
No.
Today's the first date.
Okay, there's that. Yes. But also I need from you from before which class ended on which date in the spring.
I
know. I just need to know which class ended on which date. So I
They
have it.
both ended on the same day.
So it didn't matter.
Both end on the same day.
No problem then. I'm good.
For
'Cause
me,
I have
for me, they ended on the same day.
but for the class itself, that's a potato chip I'm crunching. Just so you know.
Huh?
I said it's a potato chip I'm crunching. Okay.
They both ended on May 18th.
All right. That's all I need.
Yeah, look on Wednesday, 11/19 has the beginning and ending dates of the second half of the spring.
Wednesday, 11/19.
18.
11/18.
No,
11?
5. No,
Okay.
when I sent you the message was Wednesday at 11:19 a.m.
Okay,
That's
'cause-
the second. That's the second half of the spring, not the first.
all right, I will look for that. Okay, so this still goes to same college for the second half?
All of it goes to the same, even if I'm at another college.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Ms. Dever, where we
Aaron,
left off,
or
I
Sharon?
was asking you about the meeting at the Commissioner's office. And I want to clear this up. Was General Legal Counsel in that office or not when you had a meeting with the Commissioner, Michael Cox?
No, it was just me and the commissioner.
At some point, did the Commissioner say to you that Boston Police Department, insofar as your connection to this case is concerned, Boston Police Department fully supports you?
Yes,
Did he also say, do the right thing?
that's a direct quote, so I can't recollect if he said a direct quote 2 years ago.
A year ago, when you talked to us, the defense, did you tell the defense that when you were called up to the Commissioner's office, he told you two things? Commissioner Cox told you, number one, the Boston Police Department supports you, and Officer Deaver, do the right thing.
So he said my name correctly. He said Dever, and
That's my mistake. Let's see, like, you want me to repeat the question so I get the
So,
name right?
Mr. Jackson, let's go ahead and answer, please.
yes,
Oh,
and
gee, gad.
he said nothing with the intent of guiding me one way or
I didn't
the
ask you
other.
what his intent was, madam. I asked you what he said to you. What were his words to you?
That he supports me.
And
Just wanted me to tell the truth up here.
his words were, do the right thing, correct?
I don't recall.
How many other times have you testified in a court of law? During the course of your job?
Two dozen, 3 dozen.
And
Actually testified probably ballpark a dozen times.
in any of those other cases, has Commissioner Michael Cox called you up to his office to discuss your testimony in any of those cases? Yes or no?
That's not a yes or a no answer.
Well, yes, it actually is, Ms. Dever.
So no comments, okay? Just,
You understand the question?
The question, yes. The implication,
The question is, in any of those, I'm asking you an open-ended question. In any of those cases, Officer Dever, not including this one, has Commissioner Michael Cox ordered you up to his office to discuss your testimony?
no.
Thank you.
all right, Mr. Brennan?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name's Hank Brennan. We have never met before.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken to me before?
No.
The defense team, Attorney Jackson asked you some questions this morning.
Yes.
It sounds like you've met them before.
Only by phone call.
How many times have you spoken to Attorney Jackson or anybody on the defense team before today?
Prior to the first trial, it was one phone call where we discussed the case. Outside of that, there may have been one other phone call before the first trial, but it wasn't a discussion of the case. And then prior to this trial, I received a phone call that said, confirm you will be available for one of these days.
Other than confirming you'd be available, was there any discussion before this trial with anybody on the defense?
Not about this case, no.
So the conversation, the substantive conversation was before the past event last year?
Yes, a year and a few months ago.
You worked at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
You were a police officer?
Yes, I was.
And it sounds like on January 29, 2022, at some point you were asked to attend the desk?
Yes.
The desk is at the front of the police department where you see people coming in and out of the police station?
Yes, there's glass windows.
That night, did you have any difficulty with your memory of the specific things that you saw that night?
I was never on the scene. I never spoke to a witness. I never met a victim. I never spoke with a suspect. This was just a random shift for me 3.5 years ago at a desk that I wasn't asked to recollect for about 1.5 years after the occurrences of that night.
Did law enforcement, not the state police or Canton police, did law enforcement ask you about your memory sometime after that night?
The agents asked me.
Thank you for the love and
about 1.5 years
doing it.
later. It was the August of 2023 meeting. So actually 1 year and 8 months later was the first time I ever spoke about this case.
When they spoke to you 1 year and 8 months later,
She's here because she was a part of dispatch and she supposedly received the 911 call from Karen Reed's father. But that hasn't been brought up.
did you suggest or share or tell them that you might have seen Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins near the Sally Port area?
That's why she's here.
I told them on the day of that I saw that. I didn't make any indications it was anything bad. I just said I saw them. And it was in good faith that I believed I saw that. That was the extent of that comment.
So you had told them you believed you saw Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sally Port area that day?
On January 29th during my day shift, yes.
Did you then learn any information that helped you remember when your shift ended that day?
So I know my shift ended at 3:45 p.m. So I know that I left then. That wasn't ever one of my questions. The defense released a timeline right prior to the first trial that the vehicle on that day did not arrive in the Sally Port until about 1.5 hours after I left, meaning it is not possible that I saw that.
When you saw this information, did you think about your memory?
So when I saw that information, it made it clear to me that there was a distortion of the timeline, and the false memory I created, I provided in good faith, but I retracted immediately, being provided evidence that it was not possible.
Who did you retract it to? Who did you tell?
So I told the defense team prior to the first trial. I also contacted the agents. The agents assured me that good faith.
Not what they said, but what you thought. Not what they said to you, but
Did they threaten to put you in jail when you told them about your mistake?
No, I even spoke with the legal team and they said that I made a comment in good faith. There was absolutely no way that I could be charged with anything of being malicious.
Before we get to your conversation with the defense team, now I wasn't there in that conversation, was I?
No,
Have you ever shared that conversation with me?
I've never shared it with anyone.
Before we get to that, you seem a bit anxious. Are you anxious?
Confused as to why I'm here, but anxious now.
Are you, have you received any negative pushback because of you sharing your memory?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No,
Have you received any unwarranted attention from the public or media?
not to my knowledge, but I didn't go digging to find it.
When you mentioned the media sent you something, what did they send you?
So I've seen things in the media. No media has ever been directed for me to find it. It's just this case is unavoidable as a local person on the internet who sees things that get shared.
So inevitably, you were contacted by the defense?
Yes, prior to the first trial.
You mentioned that somebody had suggested you be charged with perjury?
Yes,
Who did that?
one of the male members of the defense team.
Why did they say that to you?
Objection.
Sustained.
What were you discussing when you were threatened with perjury?
They were essentially telling me what they were looking for me to say on the stand.
What were they looking for you to say?
They were looking for me to say that I saw Higgins and Berkowitz in the garage with the car.
This is not
Did you assure
good.
them that that wasn't an accurate memory?
Yes,
How did they respond?
they became very aggressive, raise their voices. And the one word that I can very definitely remember is they said that they would charge me with perjury.
I don't believe
They wanted me to say that statement.
What? Bingo card. I just realized I said it. What? And yes, please go to Discord as the gavel drops. Register, validate your account, and you can get documents that we get here as well.
Although I knew at
This
that
is
point
not
it was
good.
not an accurate statement given the timeline.
How many times were you threatened with perjury?
At least once during the phone call, but once you say it once, it was enough.
What else happened during that phone call? Tell us the tenor of it. Tell us the content of it.
That was essentially the thing I remember most because I understood that was what they wanted me to provide for the trial. I was never called for the first trial. Therefore, I'm not exactly sure what else there is for me to say when the one thing that they wanted on the stand.
That's off my Rodecaster, not my Stream Deck. Can you hear the fart? Did you hear a fart?
It is factually not correct and cannot be provided.
When they threatened you to charge you with perjury, tell us what your state of mind was, your demeanor.
Disappointment that legal counsel would go that route with someone who is, from a factual timeline, saying something is incorrect. There was no retracting based on emotion. It was very clear, given the timeline, it could not be correct.
Now, you work for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
And by the way, when you were with Canton, did you ever talk to anybody about leaving or planting evidence or doing anything like that?
No, and this conspiracy theory came out a year and a half later. I was gone.
Did anybody from Canton ever try to suggest to you you should or shouldn't say something to help or hurt the side of the case?
No, because I was never spoken to until far after I left.
Did you ever see anybody in this case or any time when you were with Canton doing something improper and tampering with evidence?
Not in this case or any case.
If you had, would you have reported it?
Yes.
Sustain.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that, ladies and gentlemen.
So you transferred to the Boston Police Department. Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever suggested that you should lean your testimony one way or another?
No.
Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever given you any rewards or favors for defying the defense position?
No.
Has anybody ever suggested that you should say anything whatsoever that would be unhelpful to the defense?
No.
Has the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office ever encouraged you to testify in any way other than the truth?
No.
When you spoke to the chief of the Boston Police Department, did he in any way ever tell you to shape your testimony?
Not at all.
When you met with the Boston Police Department commissioner, did he ever ask you the substance of what your testimony would or wouldn't be under oath?
He made it very clear he did not want to discuss the case at all.
When you spoke to the people at the Boston Police Department, have they ever weighed in any way on what they think you should or shouldn't say?
No.
As you're testifying here today, are you under any tension, undue influence, stress, threat?
There is discomfort with the way that there's attempting to guide what my testimony is, but I don't feel any need to fall into it because I'm here to speak the truth on the stand. That's my livelihood.
When you were threatened with perjury, how long was that conversation with the defense?
Okay. This woman is a dispatcher at Canton PD. This woman, dispatch does have view of all cameras in the house. I don't care what bullshit she's giving you, or crap, sorry. And originally they were going to have her testify in the first trial, but she did not. That she had told them at some point in time that she saw Chief Berkowitz and Trooper Proctor in the Sallyport for an extended period of time with the vehicle. Now, then the chief of police calls her to his office and they have a little discussion. And in that discussion, everything changes. Her memory has changed. She has changed what she remembers. She is claiming that Karen Reed's attorneys are trying to get her to testify to something that's not true. But what bothers me is the fact that she is sitting here and at some point in time, she made the comment, not Karen Reed's attorneys, not Karen Reed. She made the comment that she believes that she saw Berkowitz and Proctor go into the Sallyport with the car alone. Now, after conversations with someone, her memory was corrected. And she did not see that. And now she is claiming that Karen Reed's attorneys are wanting her to lie and threatened her with perjury if she didn't. She's changed her previous statement. I have a problem. Had she not had the meeting with the chief of police and all this after that comment was made, and then she changes it, I would accept her. Well, it's not exactly as I remember. But I struggle because she, as a police officer, and even more so a dispatch, very good on memory, very good on documentation, very good on recall. You have to be in order to do that job. So I'm struggling with all of this. It's icky. I don't care which side you're on. It does not feel good on either side of the boat. This, I don't know. It helps. It may hurt. I have no idea, but this is not my comfort zone. Did you hear that, Diane? You heard a fart? Dang, why can't y'all hear that sound effect? Hold on, I'll unmute you.
Do it again. I turned it all the way up. Well, you know, they say if they're silent, they're deadly. And it's silent.
I believe it was just about an hour on the phone. My phone log on my physical phone would not go back far enough for me to be able to retrieve the date or the time that that phone call took place.
That conversation lasted an hour?
Approximately.
How did it end?
Not on a good note in the slightest. I remember it was a pretty hasty hang up on both ends.
Thank you for your time.
May we approach briefly?
Yes.
He's going to ask to treat her as a hostel. How much you want to bet? How much do you want to bet? She's going to be treated as a hostel. Guys, Gerald just sent me something. I'm putting it up. I'm getting it, boo. I'm getting it. Oh, that was short. Looky!
to Gerald.
That is so good. I
A
need to
male
get.
voice
I haven't had mine yet.
on that phone call threatened to charge you with perjury.
Yes,
You're a police officer, correct?
yes.
Who charges people with crimes?
If a crime is committed, there can be a report of it.
Who
So
charges people with crimes?
The AG office.
in the end, it's going to go through the court system. So the district attorney, the ADAs, that's who pursues it in a court
Right.
setting.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge anybody with a crime?
So you can seek out reporting someone for it.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge someone with a crime, ma'am?
Personally, no.
Right. Fact of the matter is, nobody ever threatened you with perjury, did they?
Oh, they did, yes.
That's it.
'Cause
That's
I
it.
contacted the FBI regarding it.
Oh, did you?
I did.
You have a report?
I have an email conversation where I sent the 2 questions I had. She responded, I will pass these along. I was contacted by their legal team. They reassured me perjury was not applicable because I made a statement in good faith. Upon further information, I retracted it, corrected it, and made it clear that I could no longer say it because I knew that it was not a clear reflection of the events that took place.
That's a mouthful.
Yes,
My question is, do you have a report from the FBI saying that you reported that someone on the Karen Reed defense team threatened to charge you, your words, with perjury? You have a
No.
report to that effect?
no.
No.
Oh, wait a minute. You have nothing. Oh, yeah. That right there. If I'm a jury, I'm on the jury, and I'm like on her side, and then I hear that, I may not be on her side no more. Oh, this is icky.
Your
That's
job
a good one for bingo.
as a police
Icky.
officer is to be objective, isn't it?
Yes,
You're not supposed to take an adversarial
No.
position against one side or the other, correct?
I don't.
Just
Yeah,
right down
you
the
do.
middle, just the facts as you know them, correct?
Yes,
You feel like you're being unbiased in your testimony here today in front of these jurors?
I'm telling the truth.
You think you're being fair to both sides?
All I have to do is tell the truth. If it's not perceived to be fair, that's someone else's opinion.
Let's talk about that truth for a second. What you told those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023 was, quote, you recalled seeing Higgins.
And I know you too well. Gerald comes in with a drink, and he brings me a donut. I love him, but I can smack him at the same time. And you have not been given permission to leave, sir. And he's standing here with sugar on his lip, and I said, did you eat yours already? And he goes, what makes you think I've had one? I'm like, the sugar on your lip. He's like the kid who got his hand caught in a cookie jar. Okay, here we go.
Higgins at the station later that day on Saturday. Dever thought it was also weird that Higgins and Chief Kenny Berkowitz were by themselves in the Sallyport of the police department, by themselves while Karen Reed's car was parked inside. Higgins was a witness and present at the gathering where O'Keefe was found dead outside, and then he was in the presence of important evidence. You were sitting at dispatch by yourself and saw on the camera outside of the Sallyport when they walked in.
Objection to the entire reading.
So beyond the scope, so you have to keep it.
There's more to the statement, Your Honor. Do you remember making that statement to the officers?
My recollection of the time.
I got to go back.
Quote, you recalled seeing Higgins at the station later that day on Saturday.
Brian Higgins, bingo.
Dever thought it was also weird that Higgins and Chief Kenny Berkowitz were by themselves in the sally port of the police department by themselves while Karen Reed's car was parked inside. Higgins was a witness and present at the gathering where O'Keefe was found dead outside, and then he was in the presence of important evidence. You were sitting at dispatch by yourself and saw on the camera outside of the sally port when they walked in.
Objection to the entire reading.
So beyond the scope, so you have to keep it.
There's more to the statement, Your Honor. Do you remember making that statement to the officers?
My recollection of the time was that, so yes.
Okay, great. Did you go on to say, speaking of being truthful, did you go on to say,
I'm objecting.
All right, so you have to ask differently, but I need to see you for a minute with this and bring that with you, please.
Yeah, he's trying. She's not letting. I can't hear her. Sidebar. Gerald was saying they need to pull out the transcripts. I'm like, yeah. Good luck with that. My coffee ain't brewing. Tragedy is struck. I love these blankets from Bear Bradley. They are the best blanket. It's fabulous. Problem is they're almost too big for a lap blanket. They're about the size of a twin blanket. Wish I had, well, maybe I can buy one and cut them in half and resew them. I can do that. I just hate to do that unless I give it to somebody else. But, oh my gosh, y'all, what do y'all think about this witness? Oh, she's full of spit and fire, that's for sure. Gerald calls her a handful. Okay, we are at another sidebar. So she's saying there's no way she could have seen Higgins and Berkowitz with a car. But I disagree with that only because of the fact that she does have a access to the cameras. I'll have to do some investigation on that. But I haven't known a dispatcher that did not have access or have the cameras in their world of view, because if something happens, they see it. I mean, it's kind of like they have all the cameras from the ones that I have seen, from the dispatch rooms I have seen. By the way, again, Gerald, thank you so much for this. You may call it coffee. To me, it's anti-redremy juicy juice. Amen. And it goes well with a donut, which I don't be needing every single day. But I needed it today.
Have him bring you a carrot stick and some celery with peanut butter.
may I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ew,
Officer
celery.
Dever, did you go
Ew.
on to say in that interview, quote, you never saw them leave, them being Brian Higgins and Chief Ken Berkowitz. You never saw them leave, but you recalled thinking to yourself that they were in the sally port for a wildly long time together in there, end quote. Did you say that?
That was my recollection of the time.
Okay.
So yes.
Have you ever heard of By the way, you indicated under questioning by Mr. Brennan that you knew what they wanted from me, meaning the defense, what they wanted from me. You
Yes.
understand that?
Yes.
You remember on that phone call that we read directly from the exact same report that I just read from? You remember that?
And I told you the same thing then.
That's not a
Yes.
question.
Objection.
Sustained.
My question is, just answer my question, Officer Dever. Did we read to you, were you read the exact same thing that I just read to you on that phone call?
Like you can't remember my name, I don't remember.
I can remember your name, Miss Dever.
Okay, so the answer is I don't remember. No
The answer is
comments.
more than that, Judge. I think we all.
All right, so
I'll
no,
ask
no
you a question.
comments, just questions, please.
What about the judge instructing her the same?
Do you recall us telling you that we were looking for the truth about your
Objection.
comments?
I'm going to allow it.
That we were looking for the truth?
Which I gave you, yes.
Did you also say on that phone call something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one? Woo! I'm changing my testimony.
Changing, no, but you're trying to do that.
Did you say, I know you're going to tear me a new one?
It's what you're trying to do, so yes.
Actually, what you said was, you're going to tear me a new asshole, didn't you?
I don't recall that, so that's putting words in my mouth.
I'm not asking you to put words in your mouth. I'm asking you if you remember saying that during that phone call. Oh, I
don't
know
recall.
you're going to tear me a new asshole.
I don't recall.
Okay.
It
But
sounds
you do remember saying something to the effect.
sounds like the hostile phone call from the get-go. Very hostile.
Of, I know you're going to tear me a new one, right?
Yes,
Okay. Have you ever heard of something called the blue wall of silence?
Objection.
Sustained.
You said it. Was it June who said that earlier?
Do you think it's important for police officers to protect one another in the field and out?
Objection.
Who said that earlier?
Have you spoken with anyone? Not Mr. Brennan. He's covered that. Have you spoken with anyone from the district attorney's office
Who said that earlier? I can't find it.
about your involvement in this case? Ever?
no.
Never?
Unless you're going to provide a person. I've never talked to any of these people.
Have you talked to anyone at the DA's office at all, in any regard?
Not to my recollection.
How about indirectly?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you friends with any people that you're aware of that are connected to this case? Are you personal
Gerald.
friends? Girlfriends, boyfriends?
You said it.
Personal friends with anyone that's connected with this case?
Other people who's been on the witness stand, one person, yes.
Who's that?
Sarah Levinson.
How long have you known Sarah?
We became friends in middle school.
Did you watch any of the trial, this trial?
Clips in passing, but no, it's 6 hours a day. So I work during the day shift, no.
So you've seen some of the footage of the.
He thought I
goings-on
called
in
him.
this case, correct?
Nope.
Yes, nothing with her. I did not watch her testimony.
Were you aware there was a sequestration order?
I don't know what that means, so no.
You're a sworn peace officer, you don't know what sequestration means
No,
in terms of witnesses?
No.
Not watching the proceedings in order to affect their testimony?
no, I wasn't aware.
But you did tune in to the case, correct?
In small clips, yes.
Okay,
And
we're
you did,
getting
in
ready to
fact,
come into lunch break.
on August 9th,
Morning.
2023,
Which one about?
have a fulsome conversation with two sworn police officers about your memory of what you saw, your observations on January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know if they're police officers necessarily, but yes.
Law enforcement agents, how about that?
Yes,
And that conversation is reflected in this piece of paper that I just read to you, correct?
yes.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay.
Were you subpoenaed by the Commonwealth in this case?
No,
You were subpoenaed by the defense.
yes.
Did they tell you that there was a sequestration order or that you shouldn't watch any of the footage? Did they fairly inform you about what the ground rules were?
No, and I wasn't part of the first trial, so I had no idea about anything to do with this trial.
When you spoke to those law enforcement officers back in 2023, do you know that they made a report where you had informed them that you knew Sarah Levinson, and that report had been provided to the defense a long time ago? Did you know that?
Yes, I informed them very clearly.
So the question about if you know Sarah Levinson, that's no secret in your world, is it?
In that form, I'll sustain it.
That isn't a secret, is it?
Not at all.
That's something you were open and candid about?
Yes,
You understand that regardless of what you say, it doesn't
We'll try and
matter
help
as
them
long as it's the
confuse him.
truth. Do you understand that?
yes,
The Commonwealth in no way is asking you to accommodate it or please it in any way. Do you understand that?
yes,
If there was something that may be perceived by others as adverse to the Commonwealth, you understand we would want you to tell that if it was the truth, don't you?
Sustained.
You understand, well, the Commonwealth has never intimated, suggested, or advised you to say anything other than the truth, have they?
no,
Have you been given any consideration or reward because you remedied your memory?
no,
After being shown the evidence that you left that day, January 29, 2022 at 3:45, and learning that the defendant's car did not get to the Sallyport at 5:30 or so p.m., is there any way you could have seen Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sallyport with the defendant's car that night before you left for work?
there is no way.
Understanding you made a mistake, was the defense receptive to your explanation that you made a mistake?
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
Did the defense pressure you when you told them you were going to come into this court and tell the truth about your mistake?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Of course you will.
Can you rephrase it?
Yes. When you told the defense you had made a mistake about your memory, did they pressure you?
Yes,
Did they pressure you to say something other than the truth?
yes, they wanted me to repeat a lie at that point, given it would have been with malicious intent to repeat it.
Understanding a lawyer has no power to charge with contempt, does that change the reality of whether or not you were threatened? Let me ask it a different way. You were asked questions about whether or not you knew who could take out charges for a crime. Yes?
Yes,
Regardless of whether an attorney has that power, were you threatened that there'd be a charge of perjury if you didn't comply with the defense wishes in this case?
yes,
And knowing you were going to come into court, given this experience you had with the defense, is that why you felt like they were going to tear you? Is that the phrase we used?
yes, because they did not want me to tell the truth. So I told them that knowing they were kind of trying to eat me alive into repeating something that is not the truth.
Rather than to come in here and be attacked, wouldn't it have been easier just to said what you had earlier thought was true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Wouldn't it be easier just to come in and accommodate them rather than be threatened?
Well, of course.
So why did you come in here?
My entire job revolves around what I say on the stand right now. If I was to lie, I lose my job. I lose everything.
If you tell the truth and it's against against the cops, you can lose your job. They'll find a reason to fire you, and you know that. It's easier to say, I lied before, I'm telling the truth now, and be lying now, than it would be the opposite.
I'm here to tell the truth. I cannot lie while sitting on this stand.
Thank you.
One question.
Okay.
Your entire job revolves around what you say on the witness stand. Is that what you just testified to?
Yes.
Yep.
And if you agree
that what you said to those 2 law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, you would be implicating not 1, but 2 police officers, law enforcement officers, correct? If you agreed with what you said in August of 2023 on this witness stand, you would be implicating 2 officers, fellow officers, correct?
So I'm confused as to what you're asking.
You would be implicating, if you agreed with me, you have not agreed that that was the truth. You've now indicated that what you told to law enforcement agents in August of 2023 was a lie.
No,
If you agreed with that statement here on the witness stand, you would be implicating 2 officers as having been in the Sally Port, weirdly, for a wildly long time with the SUV, implicating not 1, but 2 fellow officers, correct? That's what you would be doing.
it's not possible I
If
saw
you
that.
agreed with me, would you be implicating the reputations of 2 officers?
If I was to lie, then yes.
And your entire job revolves around what you say on that witness stand. That's what you said, correct?
I'm still,
That's what you just said, Officer Dever, correct?
I still don't really understand the question.
You just said, all I'm asking you is what you just said. I wrote it down.
Oh!
You just said, my entire job revolves around what I say on the witness stand, correct?
Yes to that
Thank
question.
you. That's all I have.
How much we have to take a break?
I'm confused. When you spoke to those agents, you didn't implicate.
Oh, really?
Chief
Who's gonna
Berkowitz
end it?
and Mr. Higgins with doing anything criminal, did you?
No,
You
they were-
do not get the final word, Brennan. She's not your freaking witness. Sit the hell down. It's the defense's witness. They get the last word.
friends. That's why Higgins had an office there.
You didn't implicate them ever suggesting they had tampered with evidence, did you?
No,
You never implicated them saying that they had framed anybody, did you?
no.
So when you...
Why are you getting the last word? Not
Did
your
you ever
witness.
suggest that Mr. Higgins and Mr. Berkowitz did
Hang here, please.
anything
Defense, the
to
Quebec.
touch or tamper with the defendant's Lexus at all?
No,
Never.
no.
Okay, Quebec.
Is there anybody you're protecting?
I have no one to protect.
Do you need to protect anybody?
No.
Out of the back.
All right, Officer Dever, you are awesome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, jurors, we'll take a morning recess, 20 minutes.
All rise.
She's like, I'm the hell out of here. Okay, basically, this is what happened. She was dispatched. She stated to 2 officers back in 2021, 23, that she saw Berkowitz and Trooper Proctor go back into the Sally Port with the car and spend an insanely amount of time there. Then she is called into the chief of police office. They have a conversation. She comes back out. And she changes her story. The defense and her have a conversation. She claims the defense threatened her with perjury. And I will tell you, whether you're on the prosecution or on the defense's side, when a witness vastly changes their story or their testimony, it is not uncommon for a lawyer to say, do you understand perjury? Are you being threatened? Are you being harassed? Are you being forced, or are you being promised some reward or some reason as to why you're changing your testimony so vastly? I mean, that's like a total turnaround. And that is not uncommon. She can be charged with perjury. But the way she's behaving makes her look, to me, very suspicious. Aaron previously said Higgins and Berkowitz was in the Sally Port alone for a wildly long time. Karen reads SUV. After speaking to BP Commish, she now says it's a false memory. Now, she says that she had left work prior to the time that the car arrived. And that is her excuse for the changing of her memory? That's what the commish told her. That, I'm sorry, you left before the car arrived. Right now, so how can she say that it wasn't possible to have seen them? Did they ask how it wasn't possible that she saw them? Why would she have said it if she did? Don't use that. Gerald, I have a monkey. I hate that. Get that out of your mouth. Not my lion, not your circus. I'm coming in, Diane. Yes.
I have a question. Why can't they just subpoena the time card for her to see what time she left?
Well, you can, but those are very manipulative.
Oh, so somebody could change it.
Very easily.
Oh.
Okay, here comes Honey Boo. Yes, Honey Boo. I hate that. Not my monkey, not my circus. Excuse me. How many monkeys do you actually see in a circus? None. You see lions, tigers, bears, oh my. But you don't see a monkey in a freaking circus. Oh, you know what I mean. My house, my monkey, his circus. It will be. It will be. August 9th, it becomes. Oh, yes. Thank you. August 9th, it becomes your circus.
I got to get my little blankie. I'll be right back.
Bye, Binky. Wasn't her memory more correct at the time than now? Exactly. Seems to happen a lot with these officers. Their memory gets better with time. I don't know how this helps or hurts. I think if she was more humble and less full of less piss and vinegar, this would have gone a whole lot better for me and other people, in my humble opinion. I think if she was, well, more sweet, more kind, instead of bitchy. So love this. This is my thing. You may call it coffee. To me, it's anti-red rum juicy juice. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So, what comment did Gerald delete? Not my monkey, not your circus. You delete. Oh, you said it twice. Gerald, you in trouble, boo. You in trouble. So, I'm saying I don't believe that it is unacceptable to think that the defense said that if you're changing your testimony and it's not true, it's perjury. I think that conversation happened. However, to the derogatory and the unprofessional way that she's saying it happened, I don't think it did. Yep. It is. This witness could be a pivotal witness. That we're starting to have a lot more. We're having a lot of witnesses that did not testify in the first trial that are testifying in this trial. It's about 50-50. I'll have to go and do the look. I need to get that wheel. The wheel is still not working, guys. I'm working on it. I am. I promise you. Huh?
I'm curious. What wheel?
It is a wheel that you add all these names to.
Oh.
For all the giveaways.
Oh.
And I've downloaded a couple of them, but this particular one is the one that works best for me. And I'm struggling with it for some reason. It could potentially be that I'm putting way too much information in it. So I'm hoping to get it today. If not, it'll have to be tomorrow.
You and Gerald should come see my yard. It's going to be beauteous.
Yeah.
I
don't even have enough money to buy my science kit I need for this class.
Well, hey, it's a nice thought.
Well, darling, you could send us photos.
Well, let me get my last little bit of flowers planted. I just have a little bit of flowers left planted. I buy the cheap ones, the ones that are dying. You go to Walmart or anywhere where, the people that get out there and they water the flowers and they water them like this. Walk, walk, walk with the water and go, psh, and the flowers are going, come back, I'm thirsty. Because they just don't really water them. They just want to be watered. And so the flowers then wind up doing this. Okay. And so after a few days of that, they take and they set them out way back in the garden center and they really, really cut the price on them. So what normally is $8 and $9, you can get for $1.50. So that's what I buy. And I bring them home and I have a tub, and I put water in and I set them in the water. And I just let them sit there until all of a sudden they go, "Ha! I'm beautiful again." It may take 2 or 3 days, but they're like, "I'm so lovely. I've got a figure. I'm fantastic. I've got color. I've got hair. I've got makeup on." Literally. And then I can plant them, and it's amazing. People go, "How can you afford flowers?" I go, "I buy the cheap ones that are dead, and I resurrect them."
Well, if you have the resurrecting power when I die, you can try and resurrect me.
Of course I will. Like I do read about Smith Wigglesworth. He threw his wife up against the wall about 4 times because he wasn't ready for her to die. And finally, the Lord said to him, "Smith, I want her home with me. Leave her alone." And he went, "Oh, okay, God." He let her die. How's that?
That's funny.
That is. Have you ever read the book Smith Wigglesworth?
Nope.
You should. It is
It
hysterical.
is so loose. Afraid I'm going to lose it.
No, you're
Still
not.
waiting on my other ring.
Watch the
It'll
word,
be here.
woman.
I will be getting it soon, I imagine.
Yes. And then
I don't think her getting threatened with perjury is all bad for the defense. In my humble opinion, the witness was believable for her testimony. I'm not. I mean, her testimony was, I said A, now I say B. They threatened me, for me, wah, wah. I'm doing my job. That's what I got out of this in a nutshell. It'll be interested to see if they bring the 2 police officers that took her statement.
I tell you, it will be.
The resurrection only works on plants. Hello, she can turn you into fertilizer and bring you back in a plant. I thought about that. Now they have water cremation.
Water cremation? Never heard of that one.
It is so powerful that it just disintegrates you.
Tell me about it. Never heard of it.
I Google it. I Google it. What is it called?
You said it's called water cremation?
Yeah. Water cremation is also known as aquamation, alkaline hydrous. It's a process that uses heated alkaline solution to dissolve the body into basic chemical components. It was more environmentally friendly alternative to traditional cremation as it uses less energy and doesn't produce carbon dioxide and other pollutants. The process, the body is placed in a stainless steel chamber and heated to a solution of 95% water, 5% potassium or sodium hydroxide, and is circulated around it. The solution accelerates natural decomposition of the tissues, breaking them down into their chemical components. The remaining bone fragments are dried and pulverized, garbage disposal, known as cremated remains. The liquid byproducts remaining liquid and non-toxic solution of amino acid, peptide, sugars, and salts can be safely discharged through the sewage system.
Sounds lovely.
It's slightly more expensive than traditional due to the equipment used, but they even have a video. No, thank you. Don't want to watch the video. Hey, B Blazy! Oh my gosh, B Blazy, thank you so much for stopping and saying hi. All of you on X, please come over to YouTube and hit the like button. That would be great.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's interesting. It sounds like, is lye alkaline?
I think I know who's next. I think I know who's next. Who wants to guess who's next? Who wants to guess who's next?
I don't have a clue.
I think it's Dr. Russell. What?
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Well, I
What?
certainly hope this is true. Somebody just sent me a notification that I have $990,000 being refunded to me. I haven't
I would say hell no.
$90,000, but that would be nice.
I think Dr. Russell is next.
Who is Dr. Russell?
She's a retired emergency room doctor who also spent time as a forensic scientist doing autopsies. This woman is a dog bite.
Oh. Hmm. Yeah.
So that is where we are on that. Dr. Russell. We love Dr. Russell. And a former police officer as well. That is true. She is.
My question was, is lye alkaline? Does anybody know?
What?
Is
What?
lye, L-Y-E, is it alkaline?
A good one?
Yeah.
Yes, is a strong alkali, actually.
That's why I asked, because when you were reading about water,
That's
water,
why they pour lye on deceased when they put them directly in the ground.
well, that's why the reason I asked, because you're talking about water cremation, you said they put them in uh, a water solution that's alkaline based. I thought they just fill it full of lye. That was my thinking. Interesting.
I drink an alkaline enhanced water.
I've heard of
Supposedly
that.
it's really good for those of us who are cancer survivors. Okay, let's show the card. And I got a client. I shall return.
Put the card back.
Hold on.
She puts it up and takes it away. What is this woman thinking? Thinking she had a client.
Muted.
Put us back in session, you may be seated.
So, Mr. Alessi, you're at the podium. Who is your witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Dr. Marie Russell.
Okay.
Dr. Marie Russell.
You're right.
I am in a short dress today. You saw my white, pasty legs. Dr. Marie Russell. We love Miss Marie Russell.
Throw the card up for just a second.
While she's coming in, it'll take a second.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Medea.
Oh, wash my neck would pop. Same gray
Tell us
jacket
whether
as
you have a
last
scoop of
time.
the jury in the case now we're hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
May I have a seat?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Looks like the same thing as last time.
Oh, boy.
All right,
morning.
Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name and introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, Marie Russell, Russell.
Can you summarize your professional background?
Yes, I am an emergency physician and a forensic pathologist.
How long have you been an emergency medicine physician?
For over 30 years.
How long have you been a forensic pathologist?
For over 30 years.
Do you have a medical license?
I do, several.
When were you first licensed to practice medicine?
In 1988.
What medical licenses do you currently hold?
Well, I have a physician and surgeon license in California. I have a medical license in Massachusetts, New York, and Idaho.
Where did you attend college?
I attended both MIT and Northeastern University here
Let's
in
start
Massachusetts.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I said
Pardon
in
my
Massachusetts.
interruption. When did you attend pre-med and what was your major for MIT?
Yes, when I was at MIT, that was in 1972 to early 1974, I took pre-med courses. My major was biology, but I took pre-med courses.
Did you obtain a degree from MIT?
No.
Why not?
Unfortunately, my mother became sick with cancer, and I ended up going back to New York.
Where did you ultimately obtain your bachelor's degree and which degree was it?
Well, after my mother passed away, I came back to Massachusetts, and ultimately I obtained my degree at Northeastern University. And what was the other part of the question?
Did you have any distinction with regard to your degree that you achieved from Northeastern?
Yes, I obtained a bachelor's degree with highest honors.
After college, did you go on to receive a Doctor of Medicine?
Yes.
Where did you attend medical school and when did you obtain your medical degree?
I attended the University of Massachusetts in Worcester medical school, and I obtained the medical degree in 1987.
Did you complete any residencies? And if you also could just explain to the jury very briefly what a residency is.
Yes. I completed an internship and residency in emergency medicine initially. And what that is internship is and residency both are very intense years of study and training and getting experience in a particular area. So I obtained the internship, I completed the internship and residency in emergency medicine.
Where did you obtain those internships and residencies?
Well, I was interested in emergency medicine, so I went to Los Angeles because they had a very, very busy emergency medicine program.
And it may be obvious, but let's just make it perfectly clear. Why is Los Angeles very busy for an emergency medicine practice?
Well, it's a big city, and in this particular hospital that I was at, it was right in the heart of the city. It was in the, near the downtown, but it was in a very, very busy and underserved area, so it was very busy.
Did you complete any fellowships, and could you please explain to the jury the significance and prestige of a fellowship?
Yes, so after my residency in emergency medicine, I then decided to do a second residency, and that was in pathology, in anatomic pathology. Pathology, of course, is the study of disease, and so I did the 2 years of anatomic pathology, also at the same busy medical center, and after that, I did a fellowship, 2-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office.
What did your forensic pathology fellowship involve?
Well, forensic pathology training involves the investigation of deaths, usually sudden and unexpected deaths. And so, I investigated many death cases. I performed over 500 autopsies at the medical examiner's office for sudden and unexplained, sometimes unexplained, sometimes very obvious deaths, but sudden deaths. And then in addition to that, there were classroom hours, there was on-scene time, there was time in the crime lab. We spent a week at the crime lab. I spent some time at the FBI. So it was a very, very comprehensive training program.
Approximately how many autopsies were you performing a day?
Oh, usually 1 to 2, unless there was another assignment.
In addition to performing the 1 or 2 autopsies a day, did you attend any conferences or participate in any forensic case discussions as part of the fellowship?
Yes, so it was very organized, and we had conferences on some, mostly Thursdays, but also sometimes on Tuesdays. Interesting case conferences or very structured lectures.
You spoke of cases. Can you briefly tell the jury so they have an understanding of the type of cases that you would typically work on as part of your forensic pathology fellowship?
Well, there were many unexplained deaths, so some of them would be natural deaths in somebody who might be a little younger than usual old age. And then there were cases where there might be drug overdose. Many cases were accident victims, including car accident victims and other kinds of accidents. There were quite a few homicides, and in fact, many homicides, and quite a few suicides.
Did any of those cases deal with wounds and wound patterns and wound identification?
Many of them, in fact, I would say almost most of them, because part of the examination, and a very important part of the examination, is the external examination of the body. So before I was allowed to even start an autopsy, I had to do a complete external examination of the decedent's body, looking for any kinds of wounds or abnormalities.
We'll come back to wound pattern recognition a little later. But again, I think it's probably clear to most people, but just to be ultimately clear, when you talk about external, can you just elaborate a little what you mean by that?
So the external examination is of the exterior of the body, the skin, the hair, the eyes, looking for, amongst things looking for also would be rashes and scars and those sorts of things. So that's the external examination.
In external, Dr. Russell, is to be contrasted with what?
Oh, with an internal examination. So after all that is done, and there were some other things that had to be done too, like looking at examining the clothing, or looking at X-rays if there were X-rays available from the medical examiner's office, and of course reading the medical record that was available. After all that was done, then I would proceed with the examination of the internal structures of the body, including the organs, the the soft tissues and muscles underneath the skin, the bones, etc.
Do you have any certifications?
Quite a few.
Can you name them, please?
Well, I'm
Including
board.
board certification. I'm sorry to interrupt you, doctor.
Okay, so I'm board certified in emergency medicine, and that was, after the residency training, had to take a qualifying examination. Then I've had to be recertified. I think it's 3 times now. I just recertified again, so I'm certified for another 5 years.
What do you have to do to get board certified and maintain that significant certification?
Well, presently, to get board certified, one has to complete a residency in emergency medicine. And so that is, depending on the program, either 3 or 4 years long. I went to a 4-year program. And then I had to take examination, both a written examination, very long written examination, and then an oral examination where I was questioned by many established emergency physicians on the various kinds of cases that might present to the emergency department. They would give you an unknown, and you would have to talk about how you would care for that person.
Do you have any affiliations with any professional organizations?
Yes. I'm a fellow of the American College of Emergency Physicians. I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Science. I'm a fellow of the the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then I have some memberships in some other organizations.
What does it take to achieve fellow status that you just mentioned?
So in order to be a fellow, it depends on the organization, but in order to be a fellow, you usually have to be a member for a certain number of years, member in good standing. And then for some of the organizations, you have to have attended some of their national meetings. For some of the other and possibly have presented a study or a paper or something at the national meeting. Other of those organizations, it's a little bit variable, membership for a certain number of years.
In addition to all of that education, background, experience, do you have any specialized training and experience with regard to investigations of death?
Well, yes. So, again, the focus of the forensic pathology was investigations of death, but also in my job as an emergency physician at the hospital I was at for 29 years, I had both clinical responsibilities, meaning in the ER, taking care of patients, and administrative responsibilities, meaning committees and, office type work. And so one of my responsibilities during that time was to be director of the Quality Improvement Committee. And as director of the Quality Improvement Committee, of course, I had to do death reviews. So analyzing, studying the people who came to the emergency department and was subsequently either pronounced dead or died in the emergency department.
So now let's move to a slightly different topic. Let's discuss your work experience. What do you currently do for work?
I work for the Medical Board of California, and I do some private consultation work.
Describe your work briefly for the Medical Board of California, including what is the board, what's its responsibilities, and what do you do in your role in working for the Medical Board of California?
So the medical board is a part of government, I think, that is established to basically police the doctors and some other health professionals. So what the role of the medical board is to protect the public health, to protect them from misdeeds by healthcare professionals, particularly doctors. So, would you like me to go on?
So in terms of the medical board, just a last question with regard to that. What type of knowledge do you have to have with regard to the practice of medicine to be able to assist the board in evaluating whether certain doctors have met the standard of care in a whole host of areas of the practice of medicine? What type of knowledge do you have to have?
Well, you certainly have to be up to date. You have to be quite knowledgeable on current treatment standards, what is considered the actual standard practice of medicine, and be up to date on literature and what, things that are currently accepted as the good practice of medicine.
Prior to your current role, where did you work and when?
Well, before becoming a doctor,
Just so we can do it for maybe a little more for the jury, if you could go just before the medical board where you work, or do you want to do it from the beginning? Whatever way is best for you, doctor.
Doesn't really matter. Most recently, I worked for the state of California, the prison system. I was the medical director of the, or what they call the chief medical executive of one of the high security prisons in California. I did that for 5 years after retiring from my Los Angeles County job, which I held for 29 years.
And briefly describe generally your duties in that role.
So as chief medical executive, it was my duty basically to run the medical department. So I hired physicians, I supervised the physicians, made sure that they were providing the standard of care to the inmates that they were assigned to take care of. I reviewed many of their charts. I reviewed transfers and requests for services outside, such as specialty services, orthopedic services, and other kinds of services. And I reviewed every single death that occurred during my years there.
So just so you just said you investigated every single death that occurred at the prison during your time in that role?
Yes.
Approximately how many death investigations were there that you performed?
I think approximately 60.
Now, did you have any involvement there in examining or identifying wounds of deceased individuals?
I did. My office was in the medical building, and it was very close to what was the equivalent of the urgent care center on site. And so when the patients would come in with an extreme injury, a very serious injury, or near death, I would frequently go over right to the urgent care because that was my specialty. That was, my interest. And even though there was a doctor or another practitioner assigned to care for the patient, I would oversee that. And I would also, examine the patients, look for wounds, look for, signs of injuries. There were some, in some of these cases, there were some deaths, and I would examine those bodies very carefully for any kinds of wounds, just like I had done in the coroner's office for those years.
To move this along, before you became the chief medical executive at Corcoran, where did you work and what did you do?
So I worked for 29 years, I worked at what's called the Los Angeles County USC Medical Center. Now, I know that's a lot to say. It was a county hospital that was affiliated with a medical school. It used to be called, prior to that, prior to when I got there, it was called General Hospital. It was a 19-story building, General Hospital, well known. And now it's actually called General LA General or something of that nature. So
Another show.
Anyways, that's where I worked for 29 years, and as I said, I had a variety of different roles there.
Can you just briefly name off the roles that you had while at the General Hospital?
So, as I mentioned earlier, there was always a clinical component to what I did. I always had shifts in the emergency department where I had to see patients and supervise interns, residents, physician assistants, nurse practitioners. So in addition to seeing my own patients, I would also supervise them as they were seeing their patients. So that was the clinical role. Then there was an administrative role, and my administrative roles ranged from director of what they called life support training, which provided training to the trauma surgeons and the neurosurgeons regarding things such as advanced trauma life support, and also to ER doctors. So director of life support training, director of QA. For many years, I was director of the jail unit, which was a very unique unit at this hospital. For a hospital, it was a very unique unit in that it had three components: a dedicated ER, for jail patients or patients in custody, a dedicated clinic for in custody patients, and a dedicated inpatient. So it's three sections dedicated to in custody services. I was medical director of that for a while.
In addition to all that, were you also a professor?
I was an assistant professor.
Assistant professor. And what did you teach? Just a brief summary of what you taught.
Well, most of my teaching was clinical, bedside teaching, rather than in lecture halls. I would occasionally give lectures to the residents, the residency group, which was about 50 doctors.
And those residents are medical doctors, correct?
Yes, they are. Yes,
Yep.
they're medical doctors. So I would occasionally give lectures to them, but a lot of the teaching was actual bedside teaching.
Switching gears just a little bit and segueing, over your course of your career as an emergency department physician and otherwise, did you treat individuals with animal-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And did any of those animal-inflicted injuries involve dogs?
Yes.
And generally, is it correct to say that in terms of dogs, there's sort of the canine police dogs, and then there's the civilian dogs with which most people have experience?
Yes.
Are those two categories that you're familiar with, you're comfortable, as we discuss dogs, to have canine versus civilian?
Yes, because the injury patterns are a little different.
Okay. So what is the difference between a canine dog on the one hand and a civilian dog on the other?
Well, generally, civilian dog bites are rather minor, generally. Puncture wounds, maybe, slight avulsions, skin defects, slight skin defects, usually not major. Whereas in the canine or trained police dog bites, the wounds I saw, were extensive wounds where there was extensive ripping, tearing, crushing of tissue, and many times even injuries to the muscles and blood vessels underneath.
Mauling.
From your experience, do you know why the injuries from a canine dog are as you describe them, as opposed to injuries from a civilian dog?
Well, in the LA area at that time, the dogs were taught to bite and hold. So they would, the canine dogs would get a grip on the individual that they were pursuing, and then hold on, even if the individual was trying to pull away. And so there were oftentimes tearing injuries to those, because that's how the dogs were trained at that time.
Even with canine dogs, did you ever see injuries from canine dogs on humans that were not a complete bite, that were an incomplete bite?
Yes, so if the dog missed on the first attempt at a grab, the teeth might only scratch the surface of the, usually extremity, by the way. And so you'd get what I consider an incomplete dog bite because it was just scratch marks from the teeth. But the dog would then, try a second time and third time.
Now let's go to civilian dogs, a term used for more dogs of household pets that people have. Can you describe from your experience the type of wounds from those civilian dogs that you would see and contrast it with what you just described for a canine dog?
Generally, they were minor. So a scratch, a puncture wound, maybe a little tearing of the skin, a little skin flap, but generally much, much different.
In your 30, did you say about over 30 years experience in the emergency medicine department?
Mm-hmm.
What did you see more of? Civilian dog wounds on humans or canine wounds?
Actually, it depended on where I was assigned at the time. So in the very beginning, because the jail unit was one of my first assignments, I saw these terrific, horrific wounds, many of them. I learned that what was in the textbooks about how to treat them was so wrong because these patients many of them needed hospital admission, intravenous antibiotics, and many of them needed surgery. And what I was reading in the textbook was, that you could patch them up and clean up the wound and send them home with, sometimes with antibiotics, sometimes without. But anyway, so initially what I was seeing a lot of in the very beginning was the law enforcement dog bites because I was assigned to jail ward. And also I was very interested in this because I used to be a police officer. And before going to medical school, I was a full-time police officer here in Massachusetts for 7 years. And so I had this interest in law enforcement type injuries sustained during the arrest process, et cetera, et cetera.
So you had an early interest in with regard to dog-inflicted wounds on humans and a police officer. Where were you a police officer in Massachusetts and when?
In the city of Malden. I was appointed as the first woman police officer in 1977 to 1984, full-time.
And while you were a police officer, were you doing that full-time and anything else while you were a police officer? Were you pursuing school while you were a police officer, your college education, or was it separate?
No, I was a full-time police officer working the night shift. And I was attending Northeastern University part-time during the daytime to pursue my degree.
Were you a sworn duty police officer?
Yes.
Full member of the police force?
Yes.
Did you attend academy?
Yes, I attended the Boston Police Academy.
And how many years were you a Boston police officer?
No,
I'm sorry, I'm not Boston.
What? I was a Malden police officer for 7 years, full-time.
Now let's go back to your emergency department and other experience. Can you approximate how many dog bite injuries you provided treatment for while an emergency department physician?
Overall?
Overall.
Well, I don't know the exact answer, but I estimated it at a very conservative number of 500 dog bites because, would you like my methodology?
Oh, please.
Oh, okay. So I considered that even though I worked there for 29 years, I would take 25 years and 40 weeks out of the year because the other weeks I might be assigned something special, a special rotation or a special assignment or vacation or some kind of course. So 25 years, 40 weeks per year, that's 1,000 weeks. So even if I only saw one dog bite at this busy trauma center, that would be 1,000 dog bites. in my career. But I just took it in half. I cut it in half and said five. I think at least 500.
In addition to the 500, did you oversee other physicians or healthcare professionals like physicians' assistants, nurse practitioners, who themselves were treating and observing dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Yes.
And approximately, just the number, approximately how many of those, in addition to the 500 you just calculated?
Well, I generally supervised about 3 to 4 people per shift. You know, med students and interns, residents, whatever, all those people. And so I would say very conservatively another 500.
In terms of other work, I want to shift just a little bit in the emergency department. Did you encounter injuries from persons involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Many.
And you were you mentioned you were in Los Angeles, and
Many.
in terms of
Many.
those, can you approximate how many humans you saw and treated and diagnosed in the emergency medicine department from motor vehicle accidents?
Well, it was a very busy level 1 trauma center.
What is a level 1 trauma center?
So level 1 trauma center is the highest designation that a trauma center can have. And there are many requirements in place in order for a medical center to be a level 1, including 24-hour in-house neurosurgery, 24-hour in-house orthopedics, and an active research program, and many, many, many more requirements. And a certain level of training for all of the ER docs and all of the trauma surgeons. So we were level 1 trauma center, one of the busiest in the west of the Mississippi. And we were, the hospital was located near some major freeways. So we saw lots of patients from motor vehicle accidents. But if I were I would say, if I took the 1,000-week number again, if I saw, at least 3, motor vehicle accidents per week, that's 3,000 at least. And that's just me. That's not the interns, residents that I'm working with.
So shifting again a little bit, as medical director of jail medical services at General Hospital, can you just describe a little bit about the work there, similar to what you just described, or is it a little different?
So in the jail medical services, we dealt with people who were in custody. Some of them were also drunk drivers and under arrest. Some were they were arrested for a variety of reasons. Anyways, and if they were in custody, rather than have them in the main emergency department, we had a special emergency department for them. And so we would see interesting cases there.
In terms of being a professor, is that your time as an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles? Is that where you were an adjunct professor?
Yes, so while I was doing all this, I also had a part-time job teaching a course called Legal Medicine to graduate students, master's level students in the criminalistics master's program at Cal State University.
And in terms of topics, just briefly, some of the topics you would have taught them, and particularly any that may be apropos to why you're here today.
So knowing that many of these students were going to go on to work in crime labs or be crime lab directors someday, what I needed to do was to teach them about the aspects of a crime scene that dealt with a body or someone who was injured or killed. And so we dealt with things such as time of death, postmortem changes, wound wound analysis on the body, looking for different patterns of wounds or types of wounds that could direct them into, to steer them in their investigation. Let's see, so many other things, yeah.
There was a little bit of a noise here when you were talking about wounds and patterns. Could you just repeat that aspect of it?
Sure. So, when a criminalist or a crime scene investigator goes to the scene, they have certain duties to attend to, and they need to be aware, that certain kinds of wounds, might indicate certain types of deaths. For instance, gunshot wounds in certain locations, or lacerations or stab wounds in certain locations might mean that this could be a suicide, this could be a homicide. They need to know, if there's something that might look like resemble a bite mark, that maybe that area needs to be swabbed or photographed specially, and et cetera. So that's basically, it was very basic, but that's what I...
Let's now shift again to your work at the County of Los Angeles Department of the Medical Examiner's Office, or is sometimes called the Coroner's Office. When did you have that work, and what did that position involve?
So that was from 1993 to 1995. And as I mentioned, there was death investigations. I was assigned a certain number of cases myself, but we also reviewed cases that other doctors had. And I, given my curious mind, when I would do my autopsy, I'd also look at whatever other cases were going on. And there were typically 10 to 15 cases going on any given day. And so I learned a lot, not only from my cases, but from other cases.
Did you ever conduct an autopsy of any individual that sustained dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
Please describe that autopsy.
That was a case I'll never forget. It was a young boy who had been attacked by 3 dogs, large dogs, but not specifically canine, law enforcement trained dogs, but 3 large dogs. And the wounds there were extensive wounds all over the body, or as best I can remember, including a wide variety: puncture wounds, some scratches, abrasions, contusions. There were a number of different types of wounds.
So let's now go, we've talked about dogs and motor vehicles. I want to go back, please, to motor vehicles. Did you, as a forensic pathologist, did you ever conduct autopsies of decedents that were involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
Hard to say. I'm not sure, really, but probably at least, motor vehicle accidents, probably at least 20 or 30.
Did you conduct autopsies of victims of motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
Now, prior to working at the coroner's office, you worked at the jail emergency department at General Hospital that you described, right?
Yes.
And in that position, did you provide treatments to persons that suffered dog-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And just approximately how many? And then we'll move on to the next topic.
Approximately, personally myself, about 40, but I was involved I worked as part of a team, and so I think we saw probably about 60 of these severe dog bites.
We're going to shift again to keep it moving. Have you authored or edited any publications on dog-inflicted injuries on humans?
Yes.
And what publications, please?
So I was a co-author on 2 peer review articles in major emergency medicine journals. One of them was describing the law enforcement dog bites, injury patterns, and another one was more focused on the management of the law enforcement dog bites.
And did you, those are ones you co-authored, correct?
Yes,
Did you ever edit the work of others' articles or books as part of a peer review process?
yes,
Describe that, please.
yes. I was asked to be a co-editor of a 2-volume series on forensic emergency medicine in a peer review article series. And one of the chapters in one of those issues was on was on bite wounds. It was written by Dr. Gerald Vale, V-A-L-E, and who is a renowned board-certified forensic odontologist.
In terms of moving now from peer-reviewed articles you co-authored, peer-reviewed books and articles you edited, have you attended any seminars or talks or lectures on wound identification and or bite wounds?
Yes.
Just briefly describe a couple to give the jury a flavor of what those were.
Well, there have been many lectures on wounds of all sorts. And in the emergency medicine program, of course, there were lectures on wounds from various types of animals and how to treat them. In the forensic arena and at some of the professional organizations, there were lectures or talks on wounds. And also there was a yearly talk on bite wounds given by Dr. Vale at the coroner's office.
State perhaps the obvious. Have you had a lifelong interest in dogs and dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
And is that a professional and a personal interest?
It's professional.
Right, mostly professional, as you've described it. Let's now keep moving and go to another topic. Have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
Is that in state and federal court?
Yes.
What topics have you testified to in state and federal court?
Causes of death, wounds, child abuse, domestic violence, mostly causes of death.
Have you testified as an expert regarding emergency medicine?
Yes.
Have you testified as an expert regarding forensic pathology?
Yes.
Have you been found to be qualified as an expert in each of those categories in the courts in the United States?
Yes.
Have you ever not been qualified to testify in any court in the United States?
No.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding identifying dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
No.
And why not?
Because prior to this case, because it's not a topic that comes up very often.
So although it comes up often in your practice, in terms of whether it's an issue in court, is it, my understanding from your answer, it just doesn't come up that frequently?
Correct.
Are you aware of any other physician practitioner that would be testifying in court a lot on this topic, given what you just said about the infrequency of it coming up?
No, I'm not.
Now let's go on to what were in the last question on this line, give a general idea of the types of wounds that were at issue and whether there were any pattern wound issues in those cases that you've testified in court about.
Well, many of them were stab wounds. Some were blunt force wounds from from a variety of mechanisms, including assaults or motor vehicle accidents. Again, a lot of wounds from accidents. And then, of course, gunshot wounds.
Were those, that the topics both living persons as well as deceased?
Yes.
Let's now move to, you've mentioned wound pattern, right? And are you familiar with the topic in the area of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
Can you please describe for the jury what you mean by wound pattern recognition in your practice and from your experience? What is it generally, and we'll get to some more specifics as we go through.
Well, generally, pattern recognition is very important in medicine. It's important in a lot of different fields of medicine, including radiology. They look for patterns on x-rays. Pathologists under a microscope looks for certain patterns to identify cancerous cells, for instance. So pattern recognition is very important. And then as a subset, wound pattern recognition is of course, very important to physicians that deal with patients that, come in from, from the street, so to speak, from, who may have been assaulted, may have been child abuse victims, may have been domestic violence, elder abuse, those kinds of victims, because sometimes it's important to, or you learn that what actually happened is not what the patient or the relative or the presenter said happened. And so you have to discern or figure out what happened in a case. And so you have to be able to identify certain patterns and regions of the body, for instance, where wounds are, in order to make that happen. And so it's very important. It's emphasized in emergency medicine.
When you were in residency, were you taught wound pattern recognition methodologies?
Yes.
And is wound pattern recognition an area that you continue to learn and then gain experience from your over 30 years as emergency medicine physician?
Yes, it was emphasized in both emergency medicine and forensic pathology, in both fields. Very important.
Is wound pattern recognition a generally accepted methodology that is applied in the practice of medicine?
Yes.
And you've given a few examples of that pattern recognition methodology. Is that pattern recognition methodology generally accepted and discussed in the peer-reviewed medical literature?
It is in certain articles,
Right.
yes.
And we'll be getting to some of those. In terms of wound pattern recognition, just roughly how frequently in your experience as an emergency medicine physician did you have to exercise your skills in wound pattern recognition?
I would say probably weekly, because I always questioned, what the patient was telling me, and did it fit? Did the story make sense? So I did it quite often.
And was that particularly important in child abuse cases where you may not be getting the story and you'd have to look at wounds and make your own determination?
Yes.
Now let's go and slightly move on to a very similar topic as to whether you ever had to determine the source of the wound without any.
Okay, we're going to give a little break to Miss Diane.
Oh, thank you so much.
I don't know why, but iSub has not picked up all of you earlier. Just put ISUB, don't put ED.
What is
I'll change it. Hold on. Let me go back and see if that worked.
what is ISUB?
It's not picking it up. So y'all put I subbed. When you go in, if you subscribed to my channel for the first time,
Oh,
I know somebody did, but we have right now 12 likes. Come on, guys, we can get more than that. I shared. That's the one. I shared is not registering. If you shared this live, redo it. I subbed and bingo. Look what I got going.
Hey,
There are a lot of you in here, and I'm not done. Keep doing it. Gotta keep doing it. It's finally up and working. Yeah, yes.
that's beautiful.
What happened to the live?
Got to be somewhere. Come on, where are you?
Forensic pathology. What role does pattern recognition play in forensic injury analysis? And could you please just let the jury know what you mean by forensic injury analysis as regards pattern recognition?
Okay, so forensic
if you subbed once,
analysis
you
or
don't do
forensic
it again.
injury analysis is the analysis of injuries from a medical legal perspective. In some areas of medicine, the doctors are taught to just treat the injuries, and no figuring out about how it happened or what caused the injuries so much as they treat. But in my case, both the emergency department and the forensic pathology training, I was interested in how the injury happened. That was a very important factor to me.
Why is pattern recognition important in the field of forensic pathology?
Well, you could look at a wound all by itself, an abrasion, for instance. Abrasion is a scratch. And in and of itself, it might not tell you how the wound occurred, all by itself. But if there are a series of scratches or a series of lacerations or cuts, they can tell you more about how it happened.
And have you applied wound pattern recognition skills in your practice as a forensic pathologist?
Many times.
Could you just give the jury a flavor by just a few examples? Maybe two.
Okay. Self-defense wounds, for instance. An issue comes up often in court. If certain wounds were inflicted on purpose versus were they inflicted self-defense, and things like appearance and location can help you determine that. What was the question again?
It's just a few examples of applying pattern recognition skills in forensic pathology.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, doctor.
Oh, more?
No, more, yes.
Oh, yeah. Motor vehicle accident. People who are struck by cars. There are certain patterns that one expects to see when a individual is struck by a car. And we're taught, to look for certain patterns, and that can help you determine if they were struck by a car.
In terms of motor vehicle accidents and patterns, can you give an example of some of the patterns you would expect to see in someone, and that you have seen in someone that is struck by a motor vehicle?
Oftentimes lower extremity fractures, for instance. Lower extremity bruises and fractures are commonplace for someone who is struck by a car.
And in your practice as an emergency medicine physician, a rough approximation of how many lower extremity injuries you have examined and evaluated with regard to motor vehicle accidents, including in the Los Angeles area?
Oh, I think probably hundreds.
Alrighty, so now let's continue with the topic that you were talking about. You called it defense injuries and wounds. I want to cover that topic. Are you familiar with the term posterior surface?
Yes, in terms of anatomy?
In terms of human anatomy, and with Your Honor's permission, could Dr. Russell point to her arm to show what she's referring to with regard to posterior surface for a defense injury?
Sure, go right ahead.
So let me explain just in general.
Sure.
Anterior is the front of the body. And so
Excuse me,
the,
Dr. Russell, I'm sorry, to interrupt. If you want to stand up so the
Yeah,
jury, with Your Honor's
yeah.
permission?
Yes, are you
Okay.
comfortable standing up and doing this?
yes.
Okay.
So many years ago, anatomists decided on a nomenclature for describing parts of the body. And so the way the body, the descriptions go is that you take a person in what they call the standard anatomic position, which is upright with their arms, their palms facing forward. Palms facing forward. So that is the standard anatomic position. So anything in the front is anterior, anything in the back is posterior.
Could you point to the arm when you talk about anterior and posterior, please?
Yes, so with regard to the arm, if the palm is facing forward, that's the anterior. So the posterior part of the arm would be the back part that I'm touching right now. This back part of the arm and the back part of the forearm would be right here. So that's the posterior of the arm.
And what relation does the posterior of the arm have in determining whether or not a wound is a defensive wound?
Well, oftentimes, when someone is being attacked, they will put their arm up to defend or protect their face, their neck, their chest, their vital organs, their vital parts of their body. So they put their arms up.
Sometimes like
And in
that.
doing so, the posterior part of the arm becomes presented to whoever is attacking them or whatever is attacking them. So this is the part of the arm that oftentimes gets injured when someone is defending themselves.
Thank you, doctor. How often have you observed and concluded regarding defensive wounds to the forearm?
Many times. I don't know. I don't have a number.
Is
20,
it-
30, I don't know, in terms of decedents. And then in terms of live people, many, many more.
And if we just start with the posterior part of the forearm that you've described and you encounter wounds there, are those wounds indicative or highly indicative of anything?
Well, they're indicative of defensive wounds being caused during a defensive action.
In your experience as a resident, a fellow, emergency room physician, and a forensic pathologist, and your time at Cochrane, have you experienced and taught the topic of defensive wounds?
Yes.
Now let's move on to another topic. Do you have knowledge of the dental features of dogs?
Yes.
Where did you gain your knowledge about the dental features of dogs?
Generally from reading articles.
And in terms of examining patients with dog-inflicted wounds, did that inform you anything about dog dentition or not?
Not specifically.
In terms of dog dentition, Your Honor, may I approach?
Okay.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have this depiction marked as an exhibit for identification?
Okay. So for ID?
For ID only, yes.
Exhibit 000 for identification.
Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. Your Honor, may I hand it to the witness? I'm handing you, Dr. Russell Wood has been marked for identification as 000 as in orange. Dr. Russell, do you recognize that depiction?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a diagram of canine dental anatomy.
And could you please, just for the jury, briefly describe dog dentition and what we mean by the term dentition? I think most know, but just for the record.
So I believe dentition just means the teeth and the shape of the teeth and of the mouth of the animal or person. And what this diagram shows is that in general, dogs tend to have a triangular mouth, meaning it comes to a narrowing towards the front of the mouth. It shows how many teeth a normal dog will have, and what they look like. There are different kinds of teeth, just like humans have different kinds of teeth.
In Your Honor, to assist the jury in the understanding of what Dr. Russell is speaking about, with Your Honor's permission, could we publish this as a chalk for the jury?
Is there any objection?
None, thank you.
Okay. Sure, go right ahead.
Thank
Mr.
you, Your
Russell.
Honor. And will enlarge Mr. Woke the Dr. Russell, where would you like to start with regard to this, just to give the jury a brief
We did not do this last trial. This is new.
discussion of dog dentition? Which part of this should we zoom in on?
I think the lower half around the triangular upper and lower jaws, right there.
Right there? Very
Yeah.
good. And Mr. Woke, if you
I don't know if she'll say it, but I will. On the inside of these sizers here and right here, it comes to like it's rounded and then it comes to a point. That point is sharp. That's where most of the cutting happens on the inside.
could just, to start with, pull it down.
Okay,
just so we
Jesse,
can see the
everybody
headings,
bingoing. Woohoo!
And more importantly, the jury can see the headings of those two diagrams that Dr. Russell has pointed out. Yes.
Honey, are
just
you still at
enlarge that.
HEB?
Can you read what's on the left and what's on the right? It's a slightly
Ooh,
blurry.
blurry. Mandible.
It's slightly blurry.
Mandible, lower jaw, maxilla, upper jaw?
Yes, I
got
can
that
read it.
right. Alrighty. So if we could then just reduce it back down so it's a little bit so that it's not distorted. And then Dr. Russell, if you could just talk about it. And before we do that, I think it would be helpful, Dr. Russell, we can go to the depiction up above just to get the overall picture up above there of the dog. All right, is that, that's an overall picture, correct? Do you want to point out anything generally on that picture?
I don't have a pointer, but generally it's a side view, and it shows and it's a skeletal view, so there's no skin, and it shows that there are some prominent teeth. They're called the canine teeth, and then there are some smaller teeth in front of that. Or
Excuse me if I couldn't interrupt. Pardon my interruption.
Yes.
I'm just going to try to locate in the courtroom a pointer, Your Honor, if there's.
There's nothing on that, Christine, Dr. Russell?
I've got one right on the approach. If there's one on this.
No.
Yeah, I didn't see it. May I approach it on? Thank you. Here, Dr. Russell, hopefully
Okay.
that will work for you. Thank you. Excuse me.
Okay, so this is a side view, and it shows many teeth, and and this is a skeletal view, obviously, and it shows these prominent teeth, which are called the canine teeth. Humans also have canine teeth, and ours are not quite as prominent. And then there are some teeth in front of that, which are called incisors. So that's the overview.
Right. And just to put this in context, we are looking at this and talking about dogs. Have you had the opportunity to review any photos of the right arm of the decedent in this case?
Yes.
Is one of the topics you're going to address whether those wounds are from a dog?
Yes.
And so this background in terms of dog dentition part of what you're going to cover for the jury later on?
Yes, and I want to make one more comment, if I may.
Please.
Just when a dog bites, they usually don't bite with all of the teeth. They usually don't get all the teeth impacted on the individual. So that's important to know. Oftentimes it's the anterior or the front teeth.
Why, doctor, is it the case that a dog doesn't always have a complete bite, get all of the teeth? Why is that the case?
Well, there's oftentimes movement. Oftentimes the dogs aren't really trained on biting techniques. And so, there's oftentimes the person who's being bitten is pulling away and trying to avoid the bite. So oftentimes there's only impact with a few of the teeth in the front.
Great. Please continue, doctor, with your...
Dr. Russell, could I ask you to use this screen?
Oh, yes.
The other one, please. I think it's easier for counsel.
Oh, okay. So overview, these large canine teeth, these are the anterior teeth. And as I said, it's very rare for all the teeth to be involved in the bite. It's usually just the front teeth and canine teeth.
Are there certain teeth that are on this depiction that cause certain types of injuries, abrasions, tears, punctures? Is there any relation to the teeth in any of those categories, or can it be just general?
Well, oftentimes, because the canine teeth are so long compared to the others, they are the ones that seem to cause the the puncture wounds. And those are the ones that appear to get the grip on the person's skin.
Is there a medical term for a puncture wound from a canine? Or is it just it's a punctate wound from canines?
I'm not sure there's a medical term.
Okay, please continue.
Okay. Well, that's about it on this side view.
And is there any other view on the exhibit that you would like to discuss with the jury?
Well, I was going to show that it's triangular. Again, the upper and lower jaws. Yeah, they tend to be somewhat triangular.
Is that also sometimes the shape referred to as an hourglass, or is it triangular, or you prefer triangular?
I've heard it referred to as hourglass. I don't see an hourglass, but yeah, maybe in some dog breeds, because all the different dog breeds have different shapes of their mouths. But this is just a generalization.
Okay, please continue.
I don't know that there's anything else.
All right, and so you
think...
Oh,
actually, yes. So here you can see, go back, please. So here you can see, again, the canines, and it's oftentimes this is the upper jaw, the maxilla jaw. It's oftentimes these teeth that do the impacting.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say it's often these teeth that what?
That do the impact. The upper jaw is oftentimes the part that actually makes contact with the skin. That's all.
Thank you. We can take that down, Mr. Woke. Thank you, Your Honor. Now let's go to dog-inflicted injuries on humans generally. What type of injuries to humans can be caused by dog-inflicted bites?
Well, there are lots of different types of injuries. So they could be extremely minor, from a minor scratch to puncture wounds by individual teeth, to actual puncture and punctures by several teeth. There could be several abrasions because there are multiple teeth involved, and if they don't puncture, they at least scratch. They can scratch the skin. That's what I call abrasion, is a scratch. So they scratch the skin, but in parallel, because the teeth are lined up. So they oftentimes have parallel lines. And then, of course, there are bruises that could occur because of the crushing injury, and there can be what we call avulsions, which are where an actual flap of the skin is removed. And I can go further, but there's a wide extent of injuries.
So there's a wide extent, a wide range, and can you just give one or two factors that are going to determine whether you're on the more minor side of the range to the more major part as regard to the type of bite that the dog is able to get?
Well, I think that when there is penetration of the skin and pulling away of some of the tissue, I would consider that a more significant bite because of what's needed for treatment.
Just bear a moment, please. Thank you. So, in terms of the nails and claws of a dog, what type of injury, if any, can those cause?
So the nails they're also somewhat pointy or triangular in configuration or shape, and so they can cause scratches, and actually they can cause even deeper wounds if the nail catches the victim's skin a certain way. But most of the time, just scratches.
From your experience, what type of medical experience, peer-reviewed article experience, your whole professional experience with dog-inflicted wounds on humans, do you have experience with just a part of the range or the whole range of injuries that a dog can inflict?
Well, I think I have a very wide range of experiences because those very serious ones we talked about in the very beginning, where there were crushing and ripping injuries, or those were the trained canine dog bites. Most emergency physicians don't even get to see those. They're so uncommon. But because I was assigned to jail ward, that's how I got seen. But in the majority, in the main ER, most ERs in our main ER, we saw the more minor type of injuries.
So, in terms of if someone is bitten by a dog, where are they? Again, I think most people understand this, but just to be clear for the record, when someone gets a dog-inflicted wound, where do they usually go?
Okay, guys, I lost audio in my ears, and that's pissing me off. I don't know why it's not staying connected, but what was? Oh wow, Brennan, what happened, Gerald? What happened?
I'm just saying his case is going down the tubes.
Well, you would think. And she ran it down the tube last time, but it didn't work. Okay, back
Well,
to
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Doctor, are you aware of the medical facility, from your experience, where people go who have dog-inflicted wounds?
Well, if they feel like they need medical care, they will either go to a family doctor or most likely the emergency department, because the emergency department is where the resources are, the people that with the experience.
I've
They
got
go to the
another
emergency
client.
department
Hold on,
in general.
Diane, are you going to keep interpreting, or are we going to sign you out? No. It's okay. I mean, if you need to go, that's fine. I'm just going to get up. I love you, baby. I know you're tired. That's why I'm kind of being mama bear saying you need to rest. All right. Thank you so much. We love you. Bye. Okay, I'll be right back, y'all. Another customer.
People in your literature review and authoring of documents, do people with dog-inflicted wounds go to a veterinarian for treatment?
I'll let you answer it.
Not from my experience.
All right, now let's move to another category, and to keep this moving along. How did you initially become involved in this case?
Well, very interesting. I live in Los Angeles, and I saw something in the Boston Globe about this case, but I really didn't pay much attention to it. And then eventually I saw or heard something, because I I'm not from this part of the Massachusetts. I'm from a different part of Massachusetts. So, anyways, eventually I heard or saw something about there being an issue with some possible dog-inflicted injuries versus maybe car-inflicted injuries. So that got my attention. I thought, that's interesting. And so that's how I initially became aware of the case.
Let's talk about the Boston Globe. How is a person from Los Angeles reading the Boston Globe? And
Well,
why?
That's
Is
a
it
very,
like a one-time thing, or why is it you're reading the Boston Globe?
I had a subscription. I would, not always read it. I lived in Massachusetts. I went to school in Massachusetts. I worked in Massachusetts as a police officer. So I have some interest in Massachusetts, but none of that was in this geographic area. It was all north of Boston. So that was the area I mostly paid attention to.
Did you reach out to anyone after reading that article? And what do you recall from the article in the Boston Globe, if anything?
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Did you reach out to anyone after having read something in the Boston Globe?
Yes. Again, I thought the question was interesting.
Objection.
I'll let that stand, but just answer Mr. Leslie's
Yes,
question, please.
yes, I did.
Go ahead. Andrew.
Okay. Yes, I reached out to one of the DAs in Los Angeles County.
And at that point, what, if anything, did you know about this case?
I didn't know much. I just knew what I mentioned, and I knew that the decedent was a police officer, had been a police officer, and that interested me also because I was a police officer.
Please keep your voice up, Dr. Russell.
I said that interested me also because I had been a police officer at the time.
Go ahead.
So that's about all I knew, really.
Right. So, did you know anything about what the prosecution was claiming or the defense was claiming at all? Did you know anything?
Objection.
Sustain.
What did you know, if anything, about the case?
I'm going to see its eyeball really quickly on this.
Sidebar. Sorry, guys. We got some customers today. That's a good thing. Sorry. I hope you don't think I'm abandoning you. I'm not. For those of you who don't know, I've been struggling with something minor medical, and I told y'all last night that I would have to be getting up and down a little more, and my body is not quite happy right now, and I've been dealing with pain for the last week or so, and that pain's hitting. So hopefully I just tried to alleviate some of that. So please don't take it personal. I am going to back up a few while they do the sidebar.
Or is it just it's a punctate wound from you?
Heard it's
Okay,
oftentimes
I really
we talked about the canine dog bites. Most emergency physicians don't even get to see those. The jail
Of if someone is bitten by a dog, where are they? Again, I think most people understand this, but just to be clear for the record, when someone gets a dog-inflicted wound, where do they usually go?
Arm, hands,
Well,
face.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Doctor, are you aware of the medical facility, from your experience, where people go who have dog-inflicted wounds?
Well, if they feel like they need medical care, they will either go to a family doctor or most likely the emergency department because.
Okay, I wanted to hear that.
How did you initially become involved in this case?
Okay, so we're going to
And
come
how-
back. Came back from court. Okay, so for those of you who don't understand, I'm going to reiterate it. She found this case herself. So I think either somebody sent her something. I should have watched that part. I'll go back. But she has no dog in the hunt, pun intended, with this case.
Doctor, in terms of, Mr. Wolk, if we could please, and Your Honor, may we publish what is already in evidence, which is Exhibit 167?
Okay.
Dr. Russell, do you recognize Exhibit 167?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that? Well, first let's start, what is it, and then how do you recognize it?
It is a picture of the decedent's right arm and forearm.
Now, without stating what it is, have you been able to form an opinion as to the source and nature of the wounds that are depicted in that exhibit?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the next area, can you describe for the jury what method you used in forming your opinion without yet stating what your opinion is?
Well, I used pattern recognition and differential diagnosis.
So let's start with wound pattern recognition. Is that the wound pattern recognition you've been discussing up to this point in your testimony?
Yes.
And did I hear you use the phrase differential diagnosis?
Yes.
Please tell the jury what you mean by the term differential diagnosis as a physician, emergency medicine physician and forensic pathologist.
So when a when a physician sees a patient and, or, an Imogen's case, and is attempting to make a diagnosis, it's very important that not only do they consider what they believe is the obvious, but also in their mind go through other possible diagnoses and determine if they can rule them out, so to speak. If they can rule them in, rule them out, so that they are not just focused on one thing, but they've actually given consideration to other conditions that may be causing whatever it is that they see.
So, Mr. Wolk, if you could take that, we're going to come back to this back and forth, but I'd like to have it taken down until we do have the need to, and if we could have the lights go back on, Your Honor, thank you. So, does applying a differential diagnosis, well, let me start out. Do you understand what confirmation bias is?
I believe so.
Yes, and does differential diagnosis assist or not assist in avoiding confirmation bias?
I believe it assists in avoiding confirmation bias.
So, in terms of differential diagnosis, did you apply that concept in the beginning of your analysis of this case?
Yes.
How did you apply differential diagnosis to, among other things, avoid confirmation bias in this case?
Well, in my mind, I went through other possible things or causes of wounds on an arm, and what they would look like, and the configuration, the patterns, etc. And then I figured out why these other potential causes of wounds in the arm, did not fit this case.
So is a phraseology a synonym for differential diagnosis, what doctors call ruling out something? Is that another way to say it as well?
Yes.
So we're going to come back to the differential diagnosis. I just wanted to have that question first. Now let's switch to the materials that you considered in forming your opinion about the nature and source of the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe. Describe what you looked at in terms of coming to your opinion, conducting a differential diagnosis, and avoiding confirmation bias. What did you look at?
Well, I looked at pictures similar to this. So there were pictures taken at the hospital. There were pictures taken at the medical examiner's office. I looked at the medical records. I looked at the autopsy report. And I looked at other reports from the Massachusetts State Police. And then, that's what, those are some of the things I looked at.
Did you look at any photographs, including of clothing?
Of what?
Clothing?
Oh, yeah, clothing. Clothing, of course.
What clothing did you look at?
So there was a shirt, like a hoodie shirt that I looked at that had many defects in it.
And when you say defects, what do you mean by defects? Is there a more layperson's term?
Holes?
Thank you. Did you look at any history of any dogs with regard to any municipalities and dog incidents?
I'm going to sustain that, Mr. Leslie.
Did you look at any municipal records with regard to your review in this case?
So that's sustained.
With regard to other documents, if any, could you describe any other documents that you looked at?
Well, I also...
I'm going to see you at Tyboro.
Hi, Bomb. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, man. I'm not happy. This is interesting. We are now at, I'm trying to create something. Sorry, guys. Replace. Okay. I'm having to create something real quick. There's some sad news that I'm going to be bringing forth. Unfortunately. We have had, let me get to it. I'm sorry, I'm trying to create something at the time that there's a sidebar. Everybody stretch. Come on, stand up. Get some blood flowing in your legs. I've been convicted by my doctor. Stand up. Seriously, get some blood moving in your legs. Stand. Come on, get moving. All right, guys, we need to get that blood flowing. I'm surprised they don't have more Strex breaks in court, but they do. They should. We have some sad news to share. It is with, oh, shoot. it shouldn't be a movie. Why did it download as a video? There it is. Sad news. For those of you who do not know, rest in peace, Jonathan Joss. Jonathan Joss was a voice character for King of the Hill. He was 59 years old. He lived in San Antonio, Texas. His voice of the character John Redcorn from King of the Hill was shot by a neighbor in San Antonio, Texas, and was unalived. He is a Native American. Rest in peace, brother. It's so sad. So sad. So sad. Breaks my heart. It just does. Oh, didn't mean to do that. The investigation is ongoing, so until we hear otherwise, I don't have any other information. I will be following this.
1 o'clock, and then today we'll give you an hour for lunch, okay?
Okay, great. It's 12 here. Wait a minute. We're not in the same time zone. Let's see what they're going to do. Oh, they're going to break at 1
We've
o'clock.
discussed previously.
We got an hour to go. I am so hungry, y'all. I ain't gonna lie.
On that exhibit.
I'm hungry.
Thank you. Based on Russell.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Dr. Russell.
Gerald, can you fix me a small cup of chili?
You broke off where you had described the materials that you had reviewed. Based on your, and Mr. Woke, if we could please put the exhibit that we just had.
Maybe not the best thing for my
with Your
stomach,
Honor's
but
permission,
that's what I
republish
want.
it. Thank you. Based on your review of all the materials that you had described and your experience that you had described, without stating it, were you able to come to any conclusions or opinions about the source and nature of the injuries that you see depicted on that exhibit?
Yes.
And what is your opinion and conclusion concerning those injuries?
Those wounds were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you speak a little louder?
They were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
And how did you form that opinion? Just describe your thought process to the jury.
Well, there are multiple groupings of wounds.
Do you have the pointer?
I
there?
do.
And if you could use the screen that Her Honor has requested.
So there are multiple groupings of wounds right here. Here's one on the what I'll consider the upper arm, which is above the elbow. Here's another grouping. Here's an interesting, complex grouping at the elbow. These are all the posterior surface of the arm. And there's another grouping down here on the forearm. These multiple groupings are patterns. And they are, in my opinion, were inflicted by the teeth and claws of a dog.
We've discussed previously pattern recognition skills and methodology, and you just mentioned the word pattern here. Can you elaborate on what you mean by pattern with regard to this exhibit?
So there are groupings, and one can see that these wounds are going essentially in the same direction. They are oriented in the same way on the almost from the inner, close to the inner surface of the arm or the anterior surface towards the posterior surface.
What is
of
the
arm.
significance, if any, of that orientation you just described?
So what that gives me direction. And that tells me that the dog's teeth were over here, over here. The dog is over on this side of the arm. And the teeth started their punctures or their injuries over here, and through either the action of the dog or a combination of the action of the dog and the action of the decedent pulling away, or the victim pulling away, the teeth made these abrasions in this direction, from here down to here. And then
Normally, you go from the smaller, because it's so the first bite touch is smaller, but the further it goes, the more it digs, the deeper the wound. What's she saying?
Here, it's very complex because of the bending of the elbow. We don't know the exact configuration of what this elbow was in the arm. Was it fully extended, meaning it's fully stretched out, or was it partially bent? Was it fully bent? We don't know. But in addition to the pulling away movement, there's also the bending movement. So that one is even a little bit more complex. And of course, there are some additional marks down here and some possible bruising down here, punctate marks down here, which may represent the lower teeth.
If we could just stop at that area, have you observed in your experience what you call that complex area pattern? Have you seen that before?
Not that exact pattern, no.
But have you seen any that is similar to it?
I've seen some characteristics of these patterns before,
Right.
yes.
And it is the appropriate methodology to zero in on one section, or is the appropriate pattern methodology to look at all the wounds and then reach a conclusion?
The second, to look at all the wounds.
And
Okay,
could you
so-
please
Why don't we take our recess?
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay?
Thank you.
Court, all rise, please. Juris close your open to follow me.
Goodbye.
Okay, so that was an odd place to take a break. Odd place to take a break. I did. Can y'all not hear me? Yeah. Yeah. Why does she always do that? I do not know why, but she does. Auntie Bev. She wants a lunch and eats it too. Maybe she's got to go to ladies' room. Who knows? All right, guys. So what we're going to... Huh? What is it? Yeah. That's true too. She's a biatch. Gerald. So anyway, what we're going to do is we're going to take a lunch. I got to get off my backside. It's killing me. And we will be back at 10 till 2 10 till 1 my time, 10 till 2 their time. Everybody, please go stretch. Get yourself some lunch, hydrate, move around, and come back and join us for the afternoon with Miss Dr. Russell, who is the main witness for the defense at this point. All right, see you in a bit. Hey, Matt. Oh.
Where is it, Ada? You never answered. You said 2 words and then ignored me.
Should be in that drawer. Open the drawer. In the front, red. Right there down the.
That's lipstick.
No, there should be red in there, son. Let me do it. You're gonna knock that whole drawer out of there. Open it up. Fabric will come right out of the hinges.
I'm good.
I'm gonna go get off my backside. Welcome back. Ooh, that rattled my eardrum. What, babe? I can't. Hold on, guys. Sorry about that, guys. My honey bun is going to get me some medicine. I am struggling. Okay, so we've had an interesting morning. We started this morning. Gosh, there's so many things to look at. I think I lost my note takers. I don't get notes anymore. So the first witness we had today was Johnny Dimandis. He was the friend of Trooper Proctor. He got on the stand. He validated the text threads. There were some more texts that we got to hear that we've heard in the past. He was a part of a group chat of 9 friends of Trooper Proctor. There were 38,000 texts total in this group over the course of its existence. But Jonathan said that he did not take part in the text strand that involved a Karen Reed. Brennan asked Demantis to know Proctor was fired. He said yes. He knows if and why. He said it was because of the text involving this case. Then Damascus documented that who was who in the text stream. It got to the point in the text stream that he was uncomfortable with the words that were used and refused to use them himself. So it was very, very evident that the language and the text and everything used really was disturbing to this poor guy. Then and the next witness, Kelly Dever, she's been a Boston PD officer for over 2 years. Previously, she worked for Canton PD. She was very adversarial, very gruff. She said she never prepared a report about Reed's case. She never interviewed by the investigators of her observations on 128 to 129-22. Jackson notes Dever was interviewed by separate law enforcement agency, FBI. In 2023, he hands her the report. Dever said she's working on patrol on 128-22. She was working with Sergeant Good and official Mulaney, Officer Seraph, and Parcell, spelling questionable. I don't know if I'm saying it right. She said she heard the call about a person in the dispatch in a snowbank. After that, Officer Good told her to take over the dispatch. Jackson said that if Dever knows that Good had a relationship with Brian Albert, she said she knew of Higgins and worked with the ATF outside of Canton PD. She says Devers describes Camp Beatty Sally Port as a garage where they brought prisoners into. She stated that yes, judge says she must answer the basis on her memory. So she wanted to read something. She stated that the defense threatened to charge her with perjury if she didn't lie on the stand. That was a big back and forth. And basically, what happened with her is that she originally said that she saw um, the chief of police and Trooper Proctor in the Sallyport alone for quite some time. And then she was called in to the chief of police office and then was told whatever she was told. And then she changed her story and said that it was made clear that her memory was incorrect. She said then that it was made clear that she was not there in the department at the time that the vehicle arrived. And it was very adversarial, very aggressive, very she was not happy at all. Up on the stand while testifying, she said that she had contacted the FBI and alerted them that the defense had threatened to have her thrown in jail for perjury. And at that time, she was asked if there was a report. She said there was an email, but no report. Just saying. Now, as you see, we have Dr. Russell on the stand. Dr. Russell still is a MD. She still holds her license, but she's somewhat retired. Emergency medical director, physician, and a forensic pathologist. And she has been very methodical in her presentation. We're in the middle of her testimony, so let's get back in.
Back, Dr.
Oh, she does find that the marks on the arm of John O'Keefe were bite marks. She had 30 years experience in the ER. She's seen numerous, over 500 cases of bite marks, could be up to 1,000. She has written papers. She has done autopsies. She's got a bunch of experience.
Russell?
Good afternoon.
Your Honor, if we could please publish Exhibit 1 in evidence.
Okay.
By the chief of police. That is whom brought Devon's memory back to reality. Someone else told her that she couldn't have seen them. That means that somebody did tell her to change her story. Yep.
Mr. Wolk? Dr. Russell, do you recognize Exhibit 1 from your review of the documents in this case?
Yes.
And what is it that Exhibit 1 represents?
It's a picture of the forearm of the decedent.
And we left off at lunch, and I'm not going to cover too much old ground, just to reorient ourselves back to where we were. You were discussing the basis of your opinion and conclusion that you said that these wounds were caused by, why don't you restate, well, let's continue on in the basis of your opinion. Let's just continue on. Can you go through what is in Exhibit 1 and describe how it is that you came to your opinion?
Well, I observed multiple patterns of striations or linear abrasions.
I'm sorry to interrupt you so soon. Do you have the pointer in case you want to use that available?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there's multiple groupings of linear abrasions, and linear means like a line, linear. So there's multiple of those, and here's one. Here's another one closer to the elbow. Here's another one closer to the wrist. And here's another array of linear abrasions near the elbow.
In terms of these wounds, in assessing their source, do you look at them individually, collectively, or both?
Both. I look at them individually, and then I put them in context of how they relate to one another.
And how they relate to one another, is there a name of that methodology that you use in terms of how they relate to each other?
Well, I think it's a pattern methodology, pattern recognition.
And what pattern is it that you see here with regard to all of these wounds on the right arm?
Well, I see multiple linear groupings together in a area from the mid arm to the mid forearm.
Is there any analysis of direction that is involved in your analysis?
Yes.
What is it?
I believe that these wounds were initiated closer to the anterior surface or the front of the forearm.
I'm sorry, Dr. Russell, to interrupt you, but there's a fan back here which I can hear, but if you could just keep your voice up, that would be great for me.
Yes, I believe they all started closer to the anterior or front portion of the arm. Like they started up here, up here, and the direction is towards the posterior portion of the arm.
Now, if we could just go back briefly, I want you to do a comparison. If we could go back, Your Honor, please, back to Exhibit 157 that we had up earlier.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 167. As between 167 and 1, which one is closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located?
The previous one.
All right, so let's go back to the previous one. So that one is closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located on January 29 of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And so January 29, 2022, if we can go back to Exhibit 157, or 67, excuse me, 167, can you tell when this picture was taken from the depiction?
Well, it says January 31st.
Okay, so is that the basis for you saying that the Exhibit 1 was closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located?
Yes.
All right, so I want to do another comparison, have you do another comparison of the two. If you can look at what is depicted in Exhibit 167, and now go back to 1 and see if you see any differences at all as to what's depicted. Do you see any differences with regard to the wounds on the arm, or the arm just in general? Let's go back to, see that now, let's go back to 167.
Well, the coloration of the photograph is slightly different.
And what do you mean the coloration?
Well, the skin tones here are more yellow than they are in the previous photograph.
And I'm sorry, do you have a conclusion as to why there is a difference in skin tone in this exhibit compared to Exhibit 1?
Well, it could just be technique, lighting technique. I do see some lividity on the chest, postmortem lividity, and that's what that means is pooling of the blood, which happens after death.
Can you explain to the jury what lividity is?
Yes. So, blood follows the laws of gravity, and the blood will settle to the dependent parts of the body. In this case, the body the body of Mr. O'Keefe is horizontal, And so the blood is going to settle from the top of the chest, which would probably be up here somewhere, down towards the back, which would be the inferior portion of the chest in that position. And likewise, it would happen on the extremities too.
So you just mentioned the extremities. Do you see any lividity on the extremity here, the right arm?
You know, actually, there is discoloration over here in the elbow area. I do see some lividity. Okay, so there's several areas of lividity on the arm. I'm sorry. There's some right here. This redness right here on the near the wrist. I believe that that's postmortem lividity. I believe that this redness in here near the elbow is also postmortem lividity. And yeah, that's what I believe.
Okay.
That's postmortem lividity.
And again, lividity is that you said something that sets in after time, after death?
Yes, it's the pooling of blood.
Is there, with regard to this depiction, do you see any bruising with regard to that elbow?
You know, I think that initially, earlier this morning, with the lighting, I may have said that this was bruising, but now as I think about it, and I see all this other lividity here, lividity over here, I believe that's postmortem lividity.
And if we could go back to Exhibit 1, and you said this is the one that's closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located, do you see any lividity or bruising with regard to that photo?
I don't see any definite bruising. I do see some discoloration up here near the shoulder. I'm not sure if that's postmortem lividity or not. It could be early postmortem lividity.
Okay. So if we could, thank you, Mr. Woe, can we take that depiction down for the moment? What I'd like to do is to, and we'll come back to that. If we could have the lights back on, please. Thank you. Have you had experience prior to this case in performing your pattern recognition methodology skills with regard to dog-inflicted wounds on humans? In other words, have you seen dog-inflicted wounds that have a pattern on humans?
I've seen dog wounds that have had a pattern. I didn't need to do it, utilize that skill because I also had other information about the case. You know, for instance, police officer or the victim himself said, you know, I was attacked by a dog.
Right. And for those that can you give an example, like in the ER, just as to how you would come to have that knowledge or otherwise? How would you generally come to have the knowledge as to a potential source of the wound?
Oftentimes it's the victim that tells me, or in the case of the law enforcement dog bites, I had both victim and police officers tell me that the police dog, inflicted these wounds.
And so and how many times generally in your career, we discussed it this morning, how many times generally did someone present with dog-inflicted wounds and you were told that these wounds were from a dog? Roughly how many in your career?
Well, all of the law enforcement dog bites, so that would be 40 to 60 or so of those, plus most of the non-law enforcement dog bites, the patients or the mother have said this, a dog bit me or a dog bit my son.
And for those where someone said something, the dog bit my son, were the wounds that you saw similar to or different from the wounds that are depicted in Exhibit 1 that we've had up on the screen?
On the civilian dog bites, there's some similarities, but not as many striations on the civilian dog bites.
And are the more striations on what's in depicted Exhibit 1, does that lead you to more easily conclude it's from a dog bite, or is it harder for you to conclude it's from a dog bite?
Neither.
Right. So is your prior experience as an emergency room physician, as a physician in Cochrane, does that experience allow you to exercise pattern recognition skills with regard to Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 157?
Sustained.
Do you use your pattern recognition, did you use your pattern recognition skills in evaluating Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 157?
Yes.
In terms of characteristics of dog bites, if we can go back to Exhibit 1, please. Is Exhibit 1 highly characteristic of a dog bite or lowly characteristic of a dog bite?
Sustained.
How would you describe the characteristics of what appears on Exhibit 1?
What I see on Exhibit 1 is multiple strikes from a dog.
I'm going to allow it.
Can you please repeat your answer?
Yes.
What you see?
Multiple strikes from a dog.
And with regard to, do you see any characteristics in terms of a medical observation with regard to those strikes?
I don't understand the
Okay.
question.
Are you familiar with the term, medical term, pathognomonic?
Oh, yes.
What is the definition of pathognomonic?
Pathognomonic in medicine means that the characteristics of a condition are so highly specific and unique that they basically say that it can only be from a certain condition and no other condition. So to the exclusion of all other conditions. That's what is meant by pathognomonic. At least that's my understanding.
Do you consider these wounds pathognomonic?
Yes.
Sustained.
How do you evaluate these wounds in terms of what you call their characteristics?
I characterize them as highly specific for a dog attack.
I'm going to strike the last word, Mr. Wilson.
In terms of the characteristics that you have talked about, are there any other aspects of dog dentition that you can discern from Exhibit 1?
I don't understand the question.
You mentioned earlier when we had the dog dentition exhibit up, you mentioned an arch. Is there any aspect of Exhibit 1 that concerns an arch?
Yes. There is, in my opinion, an arch-like structure right here towards the lower part of the forearm, towards the wrist, suggesting that this here is made from the very front teeth of the dog. Now, when one looks at these injuries or wounds, one has to remember that number one, this is not a mannequin. This is a person whose skin is somewhat elastic, whose skin will slide over the underlying bones, and so therefore some of the wounds may have been created by the exact same teeth, for instance, but look differently, depending on the part of the anatomy, the elasticity of the skin, also depending on things like if there was clothing or something in between the teeth and the skin. So one has to consider and also there may be motion motion effects. The living victim could have been pulling away from the dog. The dog could have been, pulling or jumping and only catching a glimpse, a little slight bit of the skin with his teeth. So there's a lot of movement and things that one has to consider when an injury is inflicted on a body.
Objection, move to strike.
I'm going to strike that.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Guys, I'm having problems with a program that I have to log into or I'm going to get kicked out of a class. And I've got a Middle Eastern woman with the house with a cat and she can't understand me. Yeah, I'm not happy. And I got to go potty and I can't leave her.
With you, I'm sorry, my page just froze.
Excuse me?
Oh, sorry. I was saying that my system froze for a moment.
Bye. And then her system freezes. I'm like, you ask for an English speaking person. You give me somebody from the Middle East who can't speak English. She gave me the letter P, and I didn't know if it was P, B, D, Z, E. Her. So I'm going to go back. This pisses me off. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what was stricken. My bad.
Slide over the underlying bones, and so therefore some of the wounds may have been created by the exact same teeth, for instance, but look differently, depending on the part of the anatomy, the elasticity of the skin, also depending on things like if there was clothing or something in between.
I know she didn't.
The teeth.
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go.
The skin. So one has to consider that.
Mayor, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. If we could put the Exhibit 1 back up on the screen, please, Mr. Wolf. Dr. Russell, is what's depicted on the screen one dog bite or more than one dog bite?
Ask it differently, Mr. Wilson.
Dr. Russell, can you determine from this depiction, how do you evaluate this depiction with regard to dog bites?
Well, I see several groupings of wounds. Here's one grouping up near the shoulder. Here's another distinct grouping near the elbow, but above the elbow. Here is...
Oh, I did. Is it P as in Paul, Z as in zebra, E as in echo, D as in delta? And she goes, what are you talking about? Duh. Idiots.
Is a third grouping around the back of the elbow and the upper forearm. Here's some additional marks. I think they're separate, but I don't know exactly if they are separate dog bites or scratches. And then there's another grouping around the posterior forearm near the wrist. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There's at least 4 different types of either bites or combination bite and claw marks.
You mentioned claw marks. Is there any evidence of claw marks in this exhibit?
It's hard to say exactly what what these marks are. This one here, and even to a certain extent, this one here has some characteristics of both claw marks and bites. So,
Even though you may not be able to determine whether it's a claw mark, can you determine, or the specific type of mark, can you determine that those are from a dog?
I believe they are, yes.
So now let's go. You mentioned, we'll switch. We can leave that up for just a moment because we're going to come right back to it. And Dr. Russell, earlier on, you used the phrase incomplete dental impression. Do you recall that?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah. What phrase would you like to use? Because you were describing whether a dog or not had a complete bite. What phrase would you like to use?
That's okay. Incomplete bite, I
Okay.
might
Do you
consider.
see any evidence of an incomplete bite on Exhibit 1?
I believe all of the bites here are incomplete.
Why do you come to that conclusion?
Because in my opinion, they don't penetrate the skin, which I would consider more of a bite or more of a complete bite. So they're just scratches on the surface of the skin.
When you say they don't penetrate the skin, we see the marks that are on there. What do you mean that they don't penetrate the skin?
They don't penetrate the full thickness of the skin and extend into the soft tissue underneath.
And what, in terms of incompleteness that you just described, have you observed incomplete dog bites in your career?
Many.
Roughly how many incomplete dog bites have you observed and treated in your career?
Many.
Over 100.
In our incomplete bites, the majority of bites from civilian dogs, or are they a minority of the bites from civilian dogs?
I believe they're the majority of the bites of civilian dogs.
Did you determine whether these wounds occurred at the same time?
I believe they did.
Why do you come to the conclusion that they occurred at the same time?
Because of the wound characteristics, the coloration of the wounds, the tissue reaction to the wounds. So they all, timing are at the same time, around the same time.
Did you determine whether these wounds were sustained by Mr. O'Keefe before or after he died?
before he died.
How do you reach the conclusion that these wounds were suffered by Mr. O'Keefe before he died?
Because they have what we call a vital reaction. So there is an ever so slight vital reaction or inflammation around the edges of the wounds. And so that determines that, that supports the fact that they were inflicted during life.
Dr. Russell, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe's right arm personally?
No.
Is it generally accepted in the practice of medicine, particularly emergency or pathology, to observe and determine the source of a wound from a photograph after death?
It is generally accepted.
And have you, in your career, used photographs to determine wounds and patterns of wounds?
Yes.
And is that an accepted practice?
Yes.
And it is a generally accepted practice?
Yes.
Now, in conducting we're going to switch a little bit now to what you call the differential diagnosis. In conducting your differential diagnosis with regard to motor vehicle accidents, describe for the jury how you performed that differential diagnosis with regard to the decedent. And we can leave that up for just a moment. Go ahead, Dr. Russell.
Objection.
So I'm going to need to see you. Sorry, folks.
So now what are you trying to do, Auntie Bev? Just curious. Yeah, I'm texting my wonderful professor. He's not going to like me. Yeah, this is fun. Oh, she doesn't know the phonetic alphabet. I bet she's probably got COVID. We'll see what's happening. I've been keeping my eye out on that. Thank you so much, Ronnie, for that. I appreciate you so much. So I think that we've got confusion because unfortunately, my college does not offer a class that's required. It was offered last semester, but I didn't know they weren't offering it for the summer or the fall. Thus, I have to have this class in order to graduate. They have a sister college that they partner with, and I'm taking that class right now from that college. Arr, it's all confusing. As per East Idaho, Lori Daybell shows up for court in a wheelchair, explains sickness to judge. What is the sickness? What? Let me see if I can get it. She's delaying because she's not ready.
Phoenix, I'm going to wait a moment because I believe that we'll have a lot of people jumping on here in just a second. So when my phone tells me that I'm live and that we're on, I'll fill you in on everything that just happened. Today is the
Well,
day
fill us
that-
in now.
Today. Okay. Sorry about that. You came all that way.
Well, I came here for work. And I was
Oh,
like,
okay. If you come when. All right, everybody. Can you hear me now? Hopefully you can hear me. Here's what happened this morning. Everybody was there, the jurors.
We're still in sidebar over here.
And we were told Lori was brought over from the sheriff's office from the jail. And we were waiting outside and they let the media members into the courtroom. And as we were going in, Lori had already started to talk with the judge. And she was saying that she was nauseous, that she had a headache, that she did not feel well. And I will tell you, she did not look well. She was in a wheelchair. She had her head down like this, her hand against the head. And the judge said, well, what do you want to do? And she said, I think the trial needs to be delayed. And he told her, you realize I'm still the judge on this case, regardless. So even if it's delayed, I'm still going to be the judge. He did let her know that. And then he did say to her, is there any way that you can, maybe your advisory attorneys can pick the jurors, or you can make it through today because we already have the jurors here and there's not much that's required of you. Like, there really isn't. In her last time when she did voir dire with the last jury, she spoke for maybe 10 minutes. So he was like, can you push through? She said she didn't feel well enough. And then he said, well, go talk with your attorneys. They went out of the room. Prosecutor went out of the room, came back about 10 minutes later. Lori said that her advisory attorneys don't feel comfortable enough picking the jury, and she has her right to represent herself, and she does not feel well and does not feel like she can proceed. He asked her, is there any way I can do the verbal part of voir dire with you, without you, or with you just sitting there? Lori pushed back against that. Then he said, okay, well, maybe we'll have the jurors come back Wednesday, and what I need to do is call them in and explain what's happening. So Lori, can you move from the wheelchair into a normal chair so that I can explain what's going on? And she really pushed back on that. She said, I don't feel well. There's a lot of pressure on me. I want to perform to my highest ability. You're putting pressure on me, and really complained about what was happening. Started to cry, started to show frustration with the judge. And so then Trina K said, well, what if we all leave, both parties, everyone leaves except you, Your Honor, and then you explain to the jurors what happened? Because obviously the prosecutor doesn't want the jurors to see Lori in a wheelchair. Instantly, you might have sympathy for the defendant or something like that. You don't want to persuade how they feel. So the judge sent everybody out, and before he did that, Lori said, the judge said, okay, we're going to be back here Wednesday morning. And Lori said, well, what if I'm not feeling better by then? You're going to have someone go and wake me up and drag me down here and get me here if I'm not feeling well? And the judge said, yes, I am. I am, because you're defending yourself, and I need to know how you're doing, and I need to know where this case stands. And she said, well, you're welcome to come down and see me in my cell. And the judge said, I'll pass on that. I mean, it was something, quite a memorable moment there. And then, and then the judge let everybody out, and the after that, the jurors were brought in. We were able to stay, the media, and then the judge said he was very apologetic. He said in all of his years of practicing law, he has never had this happen, and he said, we can't proceed today. We can't proceed until Wednesday. He apologized profusely, and then he said, if you are picked for the jury, I'll make it up to you and buy you donuts. And they all laughed, and one lady said, that'll do it. One of the older ladies there. They seemed fine with it, to be honest. And that's where we stand. So what a day. What a memorable day. No court today. And now the jurors are going home. Go back to her jail cell and get better, hopefully, so that things can proceed on Wednesday. The state, Trina K did have some issues that, I've already rearranged my witness schedule. Like I gotta have an idea where we're going here. I have witnesses flying in from out of state. It sounds like they are going to hold court on Friday. They are going to extend some of the days. They're going to start earlier, and things will go a little bit longer and earlier on those days. But until then, he's giving Lori another day to get better, and then Wednesday, we'll see. It is possible that
All right, salvaging the jury,
May I proceed,
hopefully.
Your Honor?
Yes.
And Lori Daybell, we're going to
With
come
Your
back
Honor's
to this
permission
case
to republish one.
while I
Exhibit
try
one.
and access my stuff.
Thank you for your patience, Dr. Russell. Is what the wounds you see on Exhibit 1 consistent or inconsistent with what you have seen from your experience with regard to motor vehicle accident victims?
Inconsistent.
That doesn't surprise me much. I knew that was what you was going to say.
If I could have published Exhibit 206, which is in evidence, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you recognize Exhibit 206?
Yes.
Did you review that as part of any report in this case?
Yes.
And can you describe how you reviewed this document as part of your evaluation of this case?
Well, I reviewed the injuries, which are, so this is a decedent, a picture of a decedent, a different case, not the decedent in this case, totally separate case.
And
So
is this from Dr. Welcher's report that you reviewed?
Yes.
All right, so continue, please.
And so this is a person deceased, looks like in the street, and he's got multiple injuries. And this is allegedly from an auto versus pedestrian accident.
So if we could, are you able to discern any injuries to any limbs from this? If you could zoom in on the limbs, Mr. Wolf, thank you.
So there is a very extensive degloving, partially degloving, avulsion injury to the forearm of this individual, the extensive skin loss, damage to the subcutaneous tissue, possibly damage to other tissues beneath that.
And Mr. Wolk, if you could zoom back out and go to the list that is highlighted in the original of this. And Dr. Russell, can you tell me whether you evaluated the list, and if so, how did you evaluate that list in connection with the photo?
Well, the photo is limited only really to the upper chest and the right arm. And so I can't comment on any of the CAT scan findings here on this list. But this is a list of numerous traumatic injuries to this person. And regarding the arm, it says right upper extremity wound with vascular injury, clinical.
What does that mean, if anything, to you?
Well, that suggests it's a soft tissue wound. However, what they're saying is clinical, so they're not commenting on if there were any X-ray findings, for instance. On an X-ray, but I mean, would be a post-mortem X-ray, and this is just a clinical diagnosis or a visual, hands-on diagnosis.
Do you know whether that line that you just read relates to any part of the photograph? Any part of the photograph?
Well, I believe it relates to that injury that we pointed out in the previous photograph.
Can you switch back to that, please, Mr. Wolf? If you could just zoom in and just what does...
So this is the wound that they are talking about. It's a large gaping wound, soft tissue wound.
If we could go back to the list, please. Zoom in, thank you.
But,
Please continue.
No. What I was going to say is that there are multiple other injuries in this person. Multiple serious, significant injuries, subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, intraventricular hemorrhage, liver laceration, pneumothorax. That's blood and air in the chest cavity outside of the lungs. So it's in an area where it shouldn't be. This person had numerous injuries.
Are you able to compare these injuries in that photo in this Exhibit 206? And did you compare them to your review of the autopsy report and other medical records of Mr. O'Keefe?
Answer the question? Oh. Okay.
You can take that down. From your review, did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any liver laceration?
No.
Did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any gaping, as you called it, lacerations to the right forearm?
No.
Did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any pneumothorax injuries that you were describing with regard to 206?
No pneumothorax.
Let's switch to another topic. Let's talk about clothing of the decedent. In forming your opinion, did you consider Mr. O'Keefe's clothing in relation to his wounds?
Yes.
If we could, Your Honor, have Exhibit 150 in evidence published.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 150?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a picture of part of the hoodie, sweatshirt or shirt that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing at the time.
And wearing when?
At the time of his death.
And did you evaluate this photo as part of your review of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to this. If we could please switch to, Your Honor, 147C in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. And what is 147C?
So this is a close-up of the sleeve of that shirt that we just saw on the previous image. And there's a hole or defect here in the sleeve, which I'm circling with the pointer. and there's a label that labels it number 1. And so I see this hole that is rather round and appears to have some fabric coming out of the hole towards the exterior of the jacket or the shirt.
Did you attribute any significance to the shape of the wound, and if so, what significance?
The shape of the hole, yes. So it's rounded. I actually attributed a lot of significance to that.
Describe a lot of significance that you attributed to this hole.
Well, I believe that this hole was made by a canine tooth, and with the tooth going into the shirt, reaching the skin, and then coming out of the shirt, pulling out some fabric with it.
And we'll come back to this, if we could, Mr. Wolk, go to 147D as in David that's in evidence. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
What is it?
A round hole in the shirt, again with some fabric fibers pointing towards the outside of the shirt.
Is this the same hole that we just saw on 147C or a different hole?
Could we go back? I don't know.
Okay, so let's now go back to Exhibit 150. What significance, if any, do you give to the various triangles that are on the hoodie? Could you describe to the jury what those are and what's their purpose?
So the triangles are labels that were placed by either the police or the crime lab or someone, and the point of the triangle generally is pointing towards a hole in the shirt. As you can see, there are multiple ones here, and I want to make sure that you don't confuse it with this rather large defect, which is caused by something else.
So
Yeah,
let's
them
start
cutting it off of
with
him.
each one.
That large defect right here is where they cut the sleeve off of him, and they tried their best not to cut through any of the damage that could be potential evidence, but sometimes it happens.
We'll go through these quickly. Let's start and zoom in on number 1. What did you conclude about the source of that hole in the hoodie?
Sustained.
Did you evaluate what is depicted as number 1 in that slide as part of your review?
Yes.
And what was your evaluation?
Sustained.
Let's go back and zoom out. Have you, in your career, examined clothing either as part of your forensic pathology practice or your emergency medicine practice to determine the source of defects in clothing?
Yes.
How many times have you done that approximately in your career?
Several hundred.
And have you, in those several hundred times, have you ever had to reach a conclusion as to whether there was any connection between defects in clothing and wounds to humans?
Many times.
Can you give some examples of the many times you've had to look at clothing and defects in clothing to assist you in determining wound recognition in a human?
Yes, so let me clarify. It's mostly used in forensic pathology, not so much in emergency medicine. The clothing and the cause of the wound is as important as in emergency medicine as the treatment of the wound. But in forensic pathology, it's a key component to any examination where you think that it was an unnatural death. So, so I've done it in gunshot wounds, in stab wounds, multiple times. Looking at the defects, looking at the direction of the, of what I think the bullet, the bullet track was, determining entry and exit wounds. In stab wounds, I've utilized them to help determine offensive and defensive wounds or injuries. So yes, many times.
Have you ever performed that analysis? You mentioned, testified earlier, 500 to 1,000 evaluations of dog-inflicted wounds on humans. Have you ever performed the analysis of defects in clothing and compared them to wounds on humans in the context of dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
I don't think so. Perhaps.
Well, yes. So in terms of, have there been any instances of doing that in your career? Have you done that at all in your career?
Maybe that one child.
All right. So let's go now to you were discussing the defects in the arm, as well as the wounds in the arm, and then the defects in the clothing. In terms of the, back to Exhibit 1. In terms of that pattern that is in the arm, and in terms, let's go back to the hoodie, I'll strike that. Have you, in your career, in the terms of evaluating motor vehicle accidents, have you evaluated the clothing of victims of motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
How many times roughly have you evaluated what clothing looks like in terms of motor vehicle accidents?
Well, in many cases, I had to cut off the clothing in the emergency department, so I observed the clothing then. And then in the post-mortem cases, I evaluated the clothing, but oftentimes sometimes it wasn't helpful.
Have you ever evaluated clothing in determining whether or not the defects in the clothing are consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident? Have you ever evaluated that as a forensic pathologist?
Not specifically.
Right. And in terms of your observations in either emergency medicine or forensic pathology, have you ever observed defects from motor vehicle accidents in clothing?
Yes.
Is what is depicted in this exhibit consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident?
Sustained.
In determining, let's go back to Exhibit 1, please. In determining and reaching your opinion with regard to the source of these wounds, is it necessary for you to reach that opinion to see a specific dog to determine whether the wounds are from a dog in general?
No.
And in...
So she's debunking the fact that you need to get a hold of poor Chloe, put her to sleep, and take a bite impression and put her through all that stress.
Your experience that you talked about earlier today, the 500 to 1,000, was it ever necessary in that experience to go locate the dog, to see the dog, to treat or evaluate the patient?
No.
Why is it, well, in terms of, we're going to move to another category. studies. Did you review any studies informing your opinions in this case?
Can we put the lights on and take this?
Yeah, yes, thank you, Your Honor. Yes.
Yes, many.
And did those studies that you review support or not support your conclusions in this case?
Sustained.
Which studies did you rely upon?
Well, I reviewed quite a few, 10 to 20 in depth, and I relied a lot on 2 of the articles.
Do you recall the names of the lead authors in the studies that you said, that you just referenced?
Yes, one of them was Demunic.
Could you spell that, please?
I wish. Demunnyck, I believe.
And was there...
And then there was another one, Pollack, Pollack.
Your call has been forwarded to.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, my recollection is correct. We've already pre-marked as exhibits for identification these studies, 2 studies. I may be incorrect in that. If so, I have studies. I'm going to show them to Mr. Yes, thank you. So we can just make sure I have all the pages.
Thank y'all for the loving.
Do you have these handed out for the order?
Oh, I have none.
Okay.
So if I can just have them, Your Honor.
Okay, I've got them. These are them. If I could have marked for identification as one document, please.
Exhibit PPP for ID.
One more, Madam Court Reporter, thank you.
And exhibit QQQ for ID.
Mr. Alessi, when the court reporter's down.
Sure. Yes, Your Honor.
Which is what?
Exhibit PPP is the Demunic, and exhibit QQQ is Pollack, and those are the lead author names. You're welcome. May I leave them with the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Russell, I have provided you with those 2 exhibits. I would ask you to just briefly take a look at them and let me know whether you recognize those as the articles that you were referencing before.
Yes.
Now let's start out with the Demunic study. Is that exhibit PPP?
PP.
Right. So is this the study that you referenced earlier in your testimony?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe for the jury how that study related to the opinions in this case?
Objection. Sustained.
Are these the studies that you cite to as a basis for support for your opinions in this case?
Yes.
And is QQQ a study that also supports your opinion in this case?
Yes.
Now, in terms of your conclusions with regard to, if we can go back once more to exhibit number 1. With regard to your opinion on the cause of these injuries, can you once again state your opinion as to the cause of these injuries?
I believe these injuries were caused by a dog attack.
So I'm going to strike that word.
Yeah, so Dr. Russell, if you could, with regard to bite parlance, can you state what your opinion is with regard to bite? So do you have an opinion as to what caused these injuries?
Yes, I believe that these injuries are the result of dog bites and or claw marks.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
That is all the questions I have for this witness at this time.
All right. Thank you.
You want these? Okay.
So what did y'all think about her? Okay, let's take a little breather. What did you think about her? Oh, you betcha. Exactly. I was a dog. For those of you who don't know, once again, thank you for joining me. I'm Ada K. I appreciate you being here. It is a cray day. But for those of you who don't know, I was a dog groomer for many years. In fact, I also had my own dog grooming business, and I got the scars to prove it. And been bit from something as tiny as this to as head like this. And I'd rather be bit by a large dog than a little yipper anytime. Anytime. Those little ones are fast and they shred you much faster than a big dog can. The big dog bite might have more punch, but it's a one time, if you're smart and can get away, one time bite. Where those little yappers, man, those teeth shred you like shredded chicken, and there is no, I mean, some of it they just can't put back together. You just heal with the disfiguration. So, um, I have seen a lot of dog bites, and I've been a first responder, and I've responded to dog bites. A couple of them to the face, arms primarily. So, yeah, I agree with her. 100% agree with her. And if you disagree, that's great. We can agree to disagree. I'll accept your disagreement. I see it as a challenge. Now I'm going to see what Brennan does and see if he can change me. And I just lost 3 viewers for that. Sorry, YouTube. I want to go and give a huge shout out for the alternate jurors on X. Thank you so much, Facebook and Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you guys for watching us live on all of those formats. Ooh, I think I just accidentally got rid of my bingo card. I don't know where we are on the bingo card. Here we are on the bingo card. Let's see. Okay, I don't, if y'all, that's my bingo card. Tell me if I missed something. Put it up there. We have the Wheel of Fortune going. Now she's like, I'm halfway there. Yes, especially if you do not have record proof of vaccinations, then they will quarantine. If you've got current rabies shots and vaccinations, it's up to the discretion of animal control. Okay, I apologize for that. I thought you could see that, so let's go over here, my
The
bad.
right arm.
Yes, there we go.
So this is a decedent, a picture of a decedent. A different case, not the decedent in this case, totally separate case.
And
So
is this from Dr. Welcher's report that you reviewed?
Yes.
All right, so continue, please.
And so this is a person deceased, looks like in the street, and he's got multiple injuries. And this is allegedly from an auto versus pedestrian accident.
So if we could, are you able to discern any injuries to any limbs from this? If you could zoom in on the
I'll
limbs
chime into
of
this argument
these
later.
folks. Thank you.
So there is a very extensive degloving, partially degloving, avulsion injury to the forearm of this individual. The extensive skin loss, damage to the subcutaneous tissue, possibly damage to other tissues beneath that.
And Mr. Wolk, if you could zoom back out and go to the list that is highlighted in the original of this. And Dr. Russell, can you tell me whether you evaluated the list, and if so, how did you evaluate that list in connection with the photo?
Well, the photo is limited only really to the upper chest and the right arm. And so I can't comment on any of the CAT scan findings here on this list, but this was a list of numerous traumatic injuries to this person. And regarding the arm, it says right upper extremity wound with vascular injury, clinical.
What does that mean, if anything, to you?
Well, that suggests it's a soft tissue wound. However, what they're saying is clinical, so they're not commenting on if there were any X-ray findings, for instance. On an X-ray, but I mean, would be a post-mortem X-ray, and this is just a clinical diagnosis or a visual, hands-on diagnosis.
Do you know whether that line that you just read relates to any part of the photograph? Any part of the photograph?
Well, I believe it relates to that injury that we pointed out in the previous photograph.
Can you switch back to that, please, Mr. Wolf? If you could just zoom in and just what does...
So this is the wound that they are talking about. It's a large gaping wound, soft tissue wound.
If we could go back to the list, please. Zoom in, thank you.
But,
Please continue.
no. What I was going to say is that there are multiple other injuries in this person. Multiple serious, significant injuries, subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, intraventricular hemorrhage, liver laceration, pneumothorax. That's blood and air in the chest cavity outside of the lungs. So it's in an area where it shouldn't be. This person had numerous injuries.
Are you able to compare these injuries in that photo in this Exhibit 206? And did you compare them to your review of the autopsy report and other medical records of Mr. O'Keefe?
Sustained.
Answer the question? Oh. Okay.
You can take that down. From your review, did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any liver laceration?
No.
Okay,
Yes.
my bad.
I've asked you questions before.
Okay, my bad. I went way too far back. Forgive me. Here we go. This
Any
is where we
names
were.
of any classes or seminars
My
or
bad.
certificates that you have. You mentioned again today that you have attended seminars regarding dog identification analysis. Do you now know some of those trainings and seminars? And are any of those listed on your CV?
The trainings that I went to on bite marks in general, they were bite marks in general, and included things like how to determine what was a human bite, how to differentiate a human bite from a dog bite. But no, I did not specifically attend seminars limited to dog bites only. However, actually, there was one this past February that I did attend at the American Academy of Forensic Science.
Over your many, many decades, you did not attend any seminars on pattern recognition analysis of dog bites, did you?
Of specifically dog bites? No.
I only want to talk about dog bites. I know you're well trained and educated. I respect that, but I want to talk about dog bites. You didn't attain any certificates in pattern recognition analysis of dog bites, did you?
I don't think there are any that exist, any training programs like that.
In fact, forensically, have you ever been presented with a wound and been asked to determine whether or not the source of it was a dog bite, other than right here in this very case? Have you ever been asked to do that in your entire history?
In my clinical career, perhaps once or twice, but not, not that I can give you a specific name.
Well, the couple times, tell us what stands out. When were you asked ever, over your entire career, to do a forensic evaluation of a wound and identify whether it was a dog bite? When did that happen?
A forensic evaluation? No, never.
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 Okay.
It just doesn't come up.
Okay. And so this is the first shot, the first crack you've had at looking at a photograph and trying to make a determination based just on a photograph whether or not the wound is generated from a particular mechanism, and in this case, your opinion, a dog bite.
No, actually, I disagree. I've been taking photographs of dog bites since the 1990s.
And when you took the photographs, you knew they were dog bites.
I did know that there were dog bites,
Have you
yes. I have a collection.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, I'm sorry.
That was it.
Okay. So, not when you knew it was a dog bite and you took a photo. I know you have an interest. I'm asking, other than this case, there was never, ever a time in your career where you were presented with a photo and asked to give an opinion whether the mechanism of injury was a dog bite, other than this case?
That's correct.
So this is not a pattern recognition analysis engagement that you have any experience in before this effort?
I've recognized that pattern many times.
I appreciate your opinion, but I want to ask my question.
Who keeps throwing up all the 100% and all the hearts? I don't know who you is, but thank you.
You do not have experience over your long, accomplished career in the effort of pattern recognition analysis of dog bite wounds. Isn't that fair to say?
Okay.
You mentioned before, and you just mentioned again, so I want to ask you some more questions. You believe that you are uniquely qualified to look at a photograph and give an opinion about the source of the injury.
I'm not uniquely qualified. That's done all the time in forensic pathology. Many forensic pathologists do that.
Did you just say you're one of the very few physicians in the United States who has both the forensic and the clinical experience to look at a photograph and make a determination, the mechanism of injury?
No, I said, if I said that, then that was incorrect. I meant dog bites. But your question just now was not specific to dog bites.
Right.
Postmortem photographs are used all the time in forensic pathology for second opinions.
You're right, my apologies. Did you say today and before, have you said that you believe you're one of the only few physicians in the United States who could authoritatively distinguish between causes of wounds when it relates to dog bites?
I did say that, and that's because of my unique training. I don't know of another doctor in the whole United States that did 2 residencies, one in emergency medicine and one in forensic pathology, and has a lifelong interest in dog bites.
So, Dr. Russell,
She's
from
right.
your perspective,
And he's trying to discredit her, which is his job. But, she's right. And unless you're in the medical field or lucky or unlucky enough to be a spouse of a physician, there's a lot of these things that you may not understand the rarity. And she is a rarity in the medical field in the scope of her knowledge, her years, her training, multiple residencies. Not very common for someone to go through multiple residencies and to then be a police officer and a forensic pathologist and an ER doctor, goes to the ER attending, goes to the ER. I mean, her list is like this. And no matter how much you try to dog her down, you can't. And I hope and pray there's people who understand her qualifications on the jury.
as far as you know, you were the only person in the entire United States of America who is qualified to look at a photograph and make a determination whether the wound was derived from a dog bite.
No, I am one of I'm the only physician that I know of that can do that. There may be, a few others out there. There may be, but I don't know of any other physicians that can do that.
Do you recognize anybody other than yourself who has this very particular expertise to be able to do this kind of work?
I'm not aware of anyone.
You were a medical examiner, a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
And you know there's about, or would you agree there's probably about 900 to 1,000 medical examiners around the country at the same time over a period of time?
I believe that there might be, there's probably, I think there's around 500 or 600 practicing forensic pathologists.
And do you think because they are forensic pathologists, those 500 or 600 people have the unique qualifications as you do to be able to give an opinion about the genesis
Not all of
of
them.
a wound?
Wounds in general, perhaps. Dog bite wounds, I doubt that very many of them have a specific interest in dog bite wounds.
Well, that's what people don't understand. The number of dog bite wounds that actually unalive somebody are very rare. And often it's young, very old, in the face, maulings, okay? And they may see one of those, maybe 2, depending on where they live and their entire career. They don't make it a focus of their additional or continuing education. Everybody has their own unique likes and specialties. I know a doctor in San Antonio. He was an ER chief of ER, and he was the bite man. He looked like a big old white grizzly bear. He had gray hair, gray beard. He wore Crocs. He wore shorts. He was a hippie with a white coat. I had a flying squirrel bite me and broke the tip of my thumb and bit me through that fingernail. Oh, for years that was tender. But when he heard flying squirrel bite, he drove in from his house that day because he wasn't on shift just to see it. He come in, flying squirrel bite, where? I got to see this. And I was all like, who the hell are you? So, mind you, bites are not everybody's things, but you have made somebody else who's into a tool like chainsaws and axes and things. And, everybody has their own little unique
So you think
niche.
that of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, you think that qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify somebody to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites?
Well, if a forensic pathologist has autopsied 1 or 2 cases of dog bite wounds versus my experience with over 500 to 1,000 cases of dog bite wounds, I'm not so sure that person would be a very good expert in that kind of a case.
Have you ever heard of a doctor named Dr. La Posada?
I've heard of Dr. La Posada.
Have you ever read any reports by Dr. La Posada?
No.
Has anybody ever shared with you any information or opinions of Dr. La Posada?
I believe she has a very good reputation.
Have you ever, well, how do you believe that? Who told you
Because I've heard of her name at national organizations. I believe she's given presentations nationally. I've seen her name, over a dozen years or so.
that? Do you know whether or not she has any participation in this case?
I believe she does.
Well, so you know when you're providing accolades that she has maybe some involvement in this case? You know that?
I would provide those same accolades if she didn't have involvement in this case.
Do you know that she has involvement in this case?
Ronnie?
I believe
go
she
to
does.
Discord.
The attorneys have not shared everything with me
Well,
in terms of who the witnesses are.
somebody must have shared her name. Who shared her name with you?
I'm very familiar with her name outside this case.
Who shared her name that she may be a participant in this case?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Well, somebody might.
I think I got a file or something, but yeah.
So when you were reviewing this case,
So there may be one other person. Why in the hell did you not call them? Why didn't you call them? Just saying. If you knew somebody that was equal or better than her or could contradict her, why didn't you call them?
did you get materials from any of the attorneys authored by Dr. La Posada?
I don't think I read a report. I was very interested in reading a report by Dr. La Posada. I was very interested, but I didn't see one.
So when you received materials in this case, you didn't read all the materials the defense gave you?
I don't believe they gave me the report.
What report?
Any report that Dr. La Posada might have written.
Do you know whether or not
The name was mentioned, but no other material was given.
you've received the report or not?
I received something that had her name on it. I don't remember what it was, but I was looking for a medical examiner's or a report, an actual report, and I did not see one.
Dr. Russell, you are meticulous when you look and examine things.
Right.
So you would know what you've received and what you've read and what you haven't. So the fact that you're telling us that you saw something
she's
with
gonna
her
go.
name on it, can you give us a little more information and share with us what it is you actually received about this Dr. La Posada? What did you get from the defense?
I saw something. I think it was the name of a file folder, but I looked for a report and there was no report in it.
Did you ever ask for one?
I didn't ask because I didn't ask. I wanted to. I really wanted to read it, but I didn't. It wasn't given to me, so I didn't ask.
Were you ever
She moved
told
on.
what other people's opinions might be regarding those photographs?
I'm aware that there was a Dr. Sheridan involved in a previous proceeding, and he believed that those were consistent with dog bites.
Ooh,
Did you ever receive
you didn't
any
want her to say
reports
that, Boo.
from the defense about
He did not want her to say that.
what other person's opinions would be in this trial about dog bites?
Oh, yes, I received a report authored by a non-physician. Yes.
So when you say non-physician, you're trying to
Non-physician.
make the point because you think that person might be your opponent in this case?
I don't have any opponents.
Okay, so why did you qualify him as a non-physician?
Because I believe that in order to really understand wounds on a human being, one needs to have treated wounds, seen lots of wounds, and I think that the person that is best qualified for that is a physician.
So a medical examiner wouldn't cut it, in your opinion?
Medical examiner is a physician.
So you think a medical examiner has enough experience to come in and give an opinion on
So-
dog bites?
Some, but in their case, I would hope that they have had actual clinical experience with autopsying some cases where there were dog bite wounds, because I don't think they worked in the emergency room or any other clinical setting where they treated people. So I'd want to see if they had experience with dog bites.
And that's the thing. The only time person doing an autopsy on a person with dog bites is going to be when they're deceased. The only experience they're going to get is one of deceased, unless they have done work in an emergency room and have had the experience of dealing with dog bites. Your standard physician does not get dog bite wounds to that extent. You might get a puncture wound, one little bite. A standard physician, i.e., internist or family practitioner, maybe there's broken bones, maybe that orthopedic, but the majority of your dog bite wounds are going to be treated by an ER physician, which she is highly qualified as.
Doctor as a disqualification. How about a dog trainer? Would a dog trainer
Ronnie, did you
who's
go to
not a
Discord?
doctor
I didn't
have
see a
the experience
response.
in your mind to come in and give an opinion about photographs and the genesis of the wounds?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Oh,
How
Haiti
about a
Bass, that's
non-doctor,
cute.
as you said, you've made a distinction.
Uh-huh.
They're simply a dog trainer, maybe even an uncertified dog trainer. Would that person have the qualifications in your mind to be able to look at photographs and determine whether or not the cause of the injury is a dog bite?
There may be a certain small subset of people who have, very much experience with dog bites that could qualify, as suggesting that these are consistent with dog bites. But I don't think that they could definitively. I think that someone could, who dealt with many dog bites in the past on humans, could possibly say that they were consistent with.
Even if they didn't have the clinical experience?
Well, I'd prefer to hear that information from a physician, but I wouldn't rule out that only doctors, only a physician, MD, could say that something was a dog bite.
It seems like the standard is now kind of changing a little bit. Because when I asked you,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
you mentioned the other person, you disqualified the person because they weren't a doctor. It seems now in some instances, you're willing to accept a non-doctor into your very select group of experts.
I can explain. If someone had looked at perhaps hundreds and hundreds of wounds inflicted by a dog that they know was inflicted by a dog, and they saw the resulting photographs on a person, I think that particular person may be able to make some comment as to whether or not some wounds are consistent. However, if in terms of a medical examiner, if they've autopsied one case or two cases of dog bites and they're trying to testify based on some pictures, I would be a little concerned about that.
Does qualification for this type of business, in your mind, depend on who hires you?
Absolutely not.
Suffice to say, you've never taken a class in the forensic analysis of dog bites.
I don't think any class exists.
But I'm asking about your experience.
Well, that's correct.
You haven't, have you?
That's correct. I can't take a course that doesn't exist.
You've never engaged in any type of
Maybe you ought to offer it.
opinion, looking at photographs, and then had that opinion peer-reviewed by other dog bite experts, have you?
No.
Do you have any experience in veterinarian medicine?
I'm aware of it. That's my experience.
Do you have any accomplishments, like degrees?
No.
Now, you've testified a number of times in this case, haven't you?
Yes.
And when you testify, you know there's a court reporter and there are transcripts, correct?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Here we go.
You originally testified when you first came out and volunteered to testify last year, and there was a hearing before trial, wasn't there?
Excuse me? Say again,
When
please.
you volunteered to come out last year, there was a hearing before you testified at trial, wasn't there?
Yes.
Do you remember that was on June 18, 2022?
Sounds right.
And then you testified at trial on June 21st, 2022.
Yes.
I didn't have the privilege of meeting you on either of those events, did I?
No.
But since then, we have met,
Yes.
and we had a chance to speak at a subsequent hearing on December 12, 2024.
Yes.
And then after that, we again had an opportunity to discuss this on January 7, 2025.
Yes.
When you reviewed the case, when you first reviewed it before you testified last year, you had very limited information, didn't you?
Yes.
You had just an autopsy report, photographs from the coroner, photographs from the hospital, an emergency room report. Yes?
Yes, I had more than that.
The medical examiner file had a toxicology report?
Yes, and there was more.
Okay.
I believe there was a dog bite, a town of Canton report.
Okay. So when you had an opportunity to look at the medical examiner's report, you yourself had been a medical examiner, correct?
Yes.
And there's a unique advantage of actually conducting an autopsy as opposed to just looking at photographs, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
And if you are actually conducting the autopsy, you firsthand can make observations about injuries, make measurements, and see things that don't always appear in photographs.
That's correct.
And when you would do medical exams, you had a distinct advantage over people who would later see your work, a written report, or photographs, because you were there actually conducting the investigation.
Yes.
And it's for that reason that when you've testified before, you have acknowledged that you relied on Dr. Scordi-Bello's report for information.
Yes.
Because you didn't have the benefit of doing measurements or looking at depths or anything else firsthand.
Yes. Correct.
And when you looked at that photograph that you discussed with the jury, you also had a chance to see Dr. Scordi-Bello's report regarding the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Yes.
She described those abrasions as superficial, didn't she?
Yes.
She actually gave measurements, 3 centimeter superficial abrasion on the right medial upper arm. Right?
Yes.
You not only read that, you deferred to her
I'm gonna go to the
ability
restroom,
to
I'll be
have
right
a
back.
first-hand observation, and you accepted that as true, didn't you?
Yes, but there's no interpretation of that abrasion.
Multiple abrasions from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Yes.
Did you read that from
I
Dr.
did.
Scordi-Bello?
Yes.
Did you accept her finding and observation?
Yes.
And you would agree she was in a far superior position than you when she made these observations and notes, correct?
They are not inconsistent with what I said.
That's not what I asked, though.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be sharp.
Okay.
I apologize. Did you rely on her ability and firsthand observation of those wounds?
Yes.
And did you appreciate or accept the fact she had a superior opportunity to evaluate those wounds firsthand that you did not have the benefit of?
She made no interpretation of those ones.
Well, did you know that Dr. Scordi-Bello had described them as superficial?
They are.
Did you know that she said there was no depth and no puncture?
Not inconsistent with what I said.
I understand, doctor, but I'm asking you, do you
I know.
know that her position is that there was no puncture and no depth to those wounds?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have the witness see the report that he keeps referring to?
Can you answer that question without seeing it, or do you need to see it?
Well, I remember it, but there's no inconsistency here. I agree with that.
Would you accept that Dr. Scordi-Bello's opinion is that there was no depth and no puncture to those wounds?
May I see the report?
It might not be in the report. I'm asking about any testimony, anything that she's ever said. Would you agree or accept her position that there is no puncture or depth to those wounds?
Objection, Your Honor. I'd like all the questions that were about an autopsy. Yes. Sorry.
Okay.
Wow, I just got lucky. I threw my blanket down on an entire cup of coffee and it didn't get wet. So Brennan is coming after her and says that she did not write the original report. Well, so what? She co-authored the report. Where's, come on. You're supposed to be in here. I'm trying to get it to come up. It vacated my screen. See, look. It vacated my screen. And now why am I frozen? Why is it freezing? Really? Let me get the screen going. There we go. Screen's going again. Now I got to find that other one. There we go. Got it back. Okay. So, Brendan notes that she did not write a report for the first trial. She did a report in last December. Brendan asked if she got help writing it. She said it would be much better written if she'd gotten help. Couple of jurors smiled. Brendan asked if she previously gave opinion about original. She said no. Brendan, I'm trying to look for it. Let me zoom. Okay.
Had no depth.
No measurable depth, yes.
Between the last time you testified and then you testified here today, have you spoken to the attorneys at all regarding the issue of punctures?
No.
Because you are agreeing today that those superficial abrasions did not have any punctures, right?
They don't appear to have any punctures.
But you, in the past, have testified very, very differently than that, haven't you?
No.
Now, we've spoken many times. I'm going to go through many of those examples later, but we'll do that a little bit later, Dr. Russell. Over the course of your many testimonies under oath, would it be fair to say that you have changed your opinions about the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm many times?
I don't believe that's fair to say.
In the past, when you were describing Mr. O'Keefe's superficial abrasions on his arm, did you give varying and different opinions about the cause of each individual wound, area of wound?
I don't believe so.
When you first gave opinions, that was before the last proceeding. You came in and you were questioned before you testified in that initial proceeding, right? I'm trying to be as specific as I can. You testified last year?
Yes.
And please.
There was a hearing and then there was a proceeding.
Okay. That prior hearing, can we call the first event the prior hearing and the next one the prior proceeding?
I'm confused.
I don't want to confuse you. I'm just trying to follow the rules. You testified twice last year, didn't you?
3 times.
3 times. Okay. The first time you testified was just before the judge?
Yes.
Okay. When you first testified before the judge, do you remember that you had uncertainty about how each and every one of those wounds was caused?
I don't remember that.
And do you remember when you then testified a couple days later at the proceeding that some of your opinions changed from the first time you testified?
I don't believe that.
And then when you later met me and we had a chance to talk over the last two events, December and January, would it be fair to say that your opinions regarding the individual areas of wound changed?
I don't believe so.
Okay. At some point before or during our conversations in December and January, you wrote a report, didn't you?
Yes,
When you wrote that report, you hadn't written a report before the first time you came in and testified, had you?
that's correct.
And it was between those hearings in December and in January where you wrote your first report.
Sounds correct.
You dated that report December 9th, 2024. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
When you wrote that report, you did not write that report alone, did you?
I did.
You had some help, didn't you?
Not in the content of the report.
Well, you sent the report back a number of times for review and revisions, didn't you?
In terms of organization.
And some of the language in this report is really not your language, it's the language of somebody who helped you write some of this, isn't it?
You know, if somebody helped me write it, it would have been much better written than that.
Didn't you agree that you had some assistance with the report? Haven't you testified to that before?
And no, and in terms of organization, there was some comments, though, this sentence belongs, you know, with this paragraph or the, you know, whatever. But in terms of content, that was my work.
Well, it was your report, correct?
It's my report.
And when you write a report, it's your words, not somebody else's. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
But nevertheless, you had somebody assisting you. True?
In terms of organization, yes.
Who was helping you with the report?
It was somebody from the law office.
Well, it was this gentleman right here, Attorney Alisi, who just asked you questions. He helped
No,
you, didn't he?
actually, it wasn't.
Was it from his law firm that somebody helped you?
I believe so, but it was in terms of organization.
Do you remember who was helping you with your report?
I don't remember her name.
Would you agree that after that report was written, many of your opinions changed?
No.
In your report, you provide your background. Yes?
Yes.
And you've been licensed to practice medicine since 1988
Yes.
as a physician?
Yes.
And you've been licensed to practice medicine as a surgeon?
Not, it's called, in California, it's called physician and surgeon license.
Do you have a physician and surgeon's license?
I do.
Okay. Have you ever practiced as a surgeon?
Well, in the emergency department, we do surgery. We have to do some surgery sometimes. We have to open up people's chests and, you know, and compress the heart sometimes when they have gunshot wounds to the chest. I've had to put chest tubes in. I've had to debride dog bite wounds and other wounds. So yes, there is a component of surgery.
If you do stitches, that's considered surgery, isn't it?
Maybe.
Well, medically speaking, stitches is surgery.
I don't know, maybe.
Okay. Do you have a surgeon's license?
I have a physician and surgeon's license in California.
Now, when you first looked at this case and testified,
I don't know about you, but I feel like this is all over the place in his questioning. You're attacking her credentials, then you attack her writing, and then you attack this, and then you go back to the credentials. I mean, you're all over the place. And if you're wanting to confuse her and other people, dang it, you're doing a good job.
do you remember when you were looking at Mr. O'Keefe's superficial wounds, you said that you thought they appeared to be consistent with an animal attack?
I do remember that.
And when you were
Animal is a
describing
dog.
an animal attack, you were a lot less specific than you were today, weren't you?
Yes.
You were less sure about your opinion when you first testified about this case than you provided to this jury today.
I was certain that it was a dog attack. However, as I mentioned before to you, in in medicine, we're taught never, nothing is 100%.
Nope.
And
That's
therefore,
why it's
never
called
say,
practicing medicine, practicing law.
anything's 100%. So that's why I gave that generalization. However, I have reviewed the case. I personally was certain that those were dog marks. Now, I have reviewed this case over and over and over again. Plus, I've read additional articles more than once, and which substantiate again my findings. So, so my degree of certainty perhaps increased.
So when you first testified in this case, back in June of 2022, are you agreeing that your testimony was less certain than today?
I believed that it was a dog attack at that time.
When you testified, you didn't say dog attack, you said animal attack at the beginning, didn't you?
Yes.
And when you were asked about the cause, you said that it could be bite or scratch wounds.
Correct.
So back in June, when you were looking at individual wounds, you, at that time anyways, were unable to differentiate between bite and scratch wounds.
They are very similar.
I understand, but today, you seem pretty unequivocal. So I want to go back to the beginning and see the evolution. I'm asking a question.
All right. So
Whoa!
the argumentative parties.
Brennan? He objected to the last question. Shut the hell up and let him object. You were objecting in the middle of a lot of questions. You didn't even let 2 words get out of his mouth and you were objecting. You don't like it? Calling the kettle
Ask
black.
the question, Mr. Brennan.
I want to go back to identify the evolution of your opinions. So let's start at the beginning.
So, question, please.
At the beginning, before your opinion evolved, you started with an opinion that this could have been either bite or scratch wounds, right?
Yes.
And if there was actually a methodology where you could identify superficial abrasions and make a determination whether it was from an animal or a dog, there would be something definitive, specific, where you could identify a scratch from a bite wound, wouldn't there be?
Not unless there was a piece of tooth in the wound or a piece of nail. There would otherwise not be any specificity.
You talked about patterns when you first testified back in June of last year.
Mm-hmm.
And when you talked about the patterns, again, you had some uncertainty whether those patterns were caused by nails, claws, or could have been caused by teeth. Isn't that fair to say originally that was your position?
Yes, there is some overlap in terms of the appearances. They can appear very similar, and they can be arranged very similar in terms of parallel lines.
In fact, when you first testified, you weren't consistently even saying that it was a dog, or as you say today, dog attack. You were saying, in your opinion, they were the result of animal bites or scratches. That was what you originally opined, isn't it?
We just went through that, yes.
And at some point, you said that it might most likely be a large dog. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach with regard to this line of questioning?
So why don't we break for today?
Oh!
So jurors, we're not going to finish this today in the next 5 minutes, so it seems like it's a good place to break.
Poor woman.
I do have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use. Tomorrow is also a full day. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Dr. Russell, you can again just follow.
Thank you.
Please. Close it open, follow me.
Okay, thank you.
Can I see counsel while the
pig
jury is
DNA
filing
came
out,
from
please?
a Jew hide. Most dog raw hides are made from pig. That's where the DNA came from, in my humblest of opinions. Bye. So let's see what's going to happen. Well, there's that. I know. She's all like, boom, nails, claw, teeth, but no vehicle. I know he's doing his job, but you sit there and you interrupt other attorneys for 25 days in the middle of their questions. I mean, they'll say, isn't it true? Objection. But you don't like it when it's being done to you. I'm just saying, you get what you receive what you give. Maybe if you're more respectful. Okay, Auntie Bev, what's the plan? I would not want that stenographer's job because look at her jowl. I mean, I don't know, is all those wrinkles from that machine. I don't know. I'd be natural, but possible. And there we go. There we have it. Never gonna get it, never gonna get it, never gonna get it. Wow, 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 wow. That's where we are. That's what's happening. Okay, I think overall, Dr. Russell's holding up well. I do believe she is mentally exhausted. She's been on the stand most of the day. She stopped midstream sentence for break. I mean, she's very curt. Chop, get off, not say, okay, or can we finish this line of questioning? How much longer? Any of that. She just cuts them off. So that's just the way, that's her mode of operation, her MOD. So that's the way it is. Okay, guys, let's do this. Let's get our, let me do this. I don't need that. I don't need that. I got to get things cut down. I don't need. Okay, so we have our bingo card. That's all I have. I know, right? That was unusual. So the answer will stand. I'm pretty sure she said that, but the rest of this I did not hear. So that is our bingo card. Everybody get your stuff in. I'll give you a minute because I'm getting ready to go over to the I liked giveaway tool. You need to make sure you liked. You need to make sure you shared and I bingoed. So we're going to go with shared first. There's only one person. For some reason, I will go ahead and I know that Gerald shared. I know that June shared. So if you shared this post, please put I shared again. It's a glitch in the system. So if you shared, please put I shared. It's possible. Or she felt he was beating a dead horse. Okay, we're going to go to the I liked first. Let's get this rolling. Nina! Oh my gosh, babe, you won. Oh my gosh. Let's do the bingo next, giving people time to do the I shared. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Let me exit that. Jesse! In a minute, we'll go into, well, we'll go ahead and do it now. There you go. So let me put Nina R on the wheel. Okay, as you guys can see, here is the wheel. There's 124 plus entries on this wheel. All right. This is for the $50 gift card. Who is going to win it? One. Oh. Diane, you won it. Oh my gosh, Diane, you won the $50 gift card. Thank you very much for all of your participation. I may do additional drawing. I will save this, but we will do an addition. We may do an additional drawing. Oh my gosh, y'all. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We appreciate you. We are grateful for your time. We know your time is valuable. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Everybody get some rest, get some sleep, rehydrate, get up, move around, because tomorrow's another long day with Dr. Russell. See you later. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.